I was with a friend yesterday and he was telling me that the one thing he likes about Tinubu is that he knows how to play politics. He understands the politics of Nigeria. In fact, he is the master of the game. And I'm like asking him, I asked him, I said, and what does that mean? What exactly does that mean? And please tell me that, that look at how Tinubu fought his way. Even APC tried to remove him, they couldn't. Everybody didn't want him. The way he fought his way and bullied his way, he fought his way through the court. He fought his way with all these scandals. He was able, and that with all these scandals that was on him, he was able to wriggle his way out, and now he's the president. And I asked him again, so what does that mean? Then he said, if I cannot understand it, that means I don't understand politics. So I said, so legally speaking, because he's a lawyer, so legally speaking, you're saying that the legacy of how to become president in Nigeria is to understand that politics or election is not served a la carte. You have to grab it, you have to snatch it, and you have to run away with it. You have to bribe your way, you have to buy it, you have to... and I asked him a simple question. I said, okay, you are a lawyer, please talk to me. If democracy cannot produce the choice of the people, is that democracy? He said, no, at least Tinubu was duly elected. We went to decision, and then he has been declared by the court. The court has affirmed him. Then I asked him again, I said, you are in Plateau State. Be honest with yourself. Tinubu was declared to have had close to 300,000 votes in Plateau State, and Peter Obi 400,000. I said, be honest. Is that a true reflection of the results of Plateau State? And he said, no. I said, fine. I'm happy you said the truth here. So what is the essence of democracy? That we all said it's a system of government by the people, for the people, and of the people. So if the people are taken out of the equation, and then it is the Supreme Court that now determines and certifies and ratifies people who have bought their way into power, people who have snatched, grabbed, and running away with power, what then is democracy? I refuse to acknowledge the government of Tinubu. I refuse to acknowledge the government of APC. I refuse to acknowledge corruption. I refuse to acknowledge people who bamboozle themselves into power and shop for relevance and shop for acceptance. Tinubu is not my president.
Elsewhere, the senator representing Delta North, Senator Ned Nwoko, says that civilians in Nigeria should be allowed to bear arms in self-defense, following ceaseless attacks against them by bandits and terrorists. Senator, who spoke earlier this week in Abuja, said this deplorable state of affairs was the reason that he sponsored a bill to amend the existing law on civilian ownership of firearms, specifically for defending themselves in times of such unprovoked attacks. Well, Senator Ned Nwoko himself joins us now on Newsday. Good to have you. Welcome to the program, Senator. Now, why are you seeking civilian firearm ownership? And can you elaborate more on the features of this bill you're proposing?
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are in crisis in Nigeria. Admittedly, nobody will tell you otherwise. There are many insecurity issues in Nigeria, and it is obvious that the police are not able to protect lives and properties as enshrined in the Constitution. The military are trying, but they're not particularly equipped as well to deal with the various areas of crisis from the east to the west to the north. And look, we have experimented with the military and with the police the past 24 years almost, and we have not gotten anywhere in addressing security issues. Other religious groups or bandits or kidnappers in the north of Nigeria, but I'm talking about armed robbers. Armed robbers that are now beginning to terrorize Abuja residents. Armed robbers that are beginning to terrorize Deltans and just across the nation. So you tell me how many Nigerians will have the privilege of having police support at home. First of all, we have no national known emergency numbers where people can easily call in the event of an attack. There are just too many crises in Nigeria, and that the only way we can possibly begin to reassure the citizens that the government mean well is to enable them to defend themselves. Citizens should be able to defend themselves. At the moment, kidnappers, armed robbers can stop on any highway with just one gun or two guns, and tell everybody, 30 people, 100 people, come down and follow me, just because they have a gun. They can treat them anyhow, they can kill them. But I think that all we just need to do that enables every citizen who goes through some stages of clearance to be able to carry arms. It is done in America, it's done in some other countries. I'm not advocating that everybody and anybody should carry arms, no, but those who are capable, those who are able should be able to carry arms. And look, for you to pass the test, there's a test for you to go through, about 4 of them. One, you must be able to show that you are a member of a shooting club. There are few shooting clubs in Nigeria, but with this law, there'll be many more shooting clubs all over. In the university I've just built here, my sports university, shooting is one of the sports as a game. And so we'll be teaching people how to shoot. It's a shooting range. So I expect to have shooting ranges all over the country. Again, of course, this will create jobs. But it will mean that anybody who wants to get a license to have a gun should get a certificate from a shooting range school, number one. Number two, the king of your town should be able to confirm who you are. Should be able to back you up, to write a testimonial, as it were, that they know you, they know your character, they know your family. 3, the DPO should be able to do a check on the person applying and to be able to confirm their suitability. And more importantly, we should also get from the local government chairman, who should confirm who the person is. Again, it's like a double check. And lastly, there should be a medical report from doctors. So every person who is applying should get 2 medical reports from doctors who have known them for long, who is the family doctors, that they are fit and proper to be licensed to carry guns. And so we need this to be done, to be able to enable individuals to defend themselves. The military and the police are not able to defend ordinary Nigerians. How many people, as I said before, have the privilege of having police or soldiers around them? Ordinarily, this shouldn't be the case. Why should anybody who is a senator or a governor or House of Assembly member, be have police and military people around them? It shouldn't be. We are in a crisis situation in Nigeria, and this situation requires some drastic measures. And so I just feel that the best way is to make sure that people are given the opportunity to protect themselves and their families. Just imagine armed robbers knocking on somebody's door and you are helpless, you have no arms, you have no defense, armed robbers will knock on your door and tell you to open the door, and you'll be compelled to open the door, and before your family, they could kill you, they could rape your family, your wife, your daughters. All that has to stop. If you have a gun and they ask you to open your door, but you refuse or you shoot into the air, just shoot into the air to scare them away. They will run. They are human beings. They are not spirits. They will be
Senator
killed as well. They know that if they insist
you.
in forcing their ways into your house, they could be killed.
Now, please allow me to interrupt you for a brief moment. Some analysts are worried, that this plan or this bill to arm civilians could be a call to anarchy. We know that a lot of Nigerians are angry, they're frustrated. Isn't it possible that they could begin to use this arms and ammunition, to settle personal scores? Then you talked about, getting a doctor's report, getting a report from your traditional ruler.
No,
but this is Nigeria, and we know how the system works. A few naira will exchange hands, and you get all the reports even when you're not fit. So how do we plug, all those loopholes?
I get your point, but as I've told you about the measures that will be put in place, but let's just imagine in UK, it's an offense to be seen with machete and cutlasses in UK. In Nigeria, it is not an offense to be seen with machete and cutlasses. People carry cutlasses and machetes everywhere in Nigeria. Do they go about killing everybody, macheting everybody because they have those weapons? No. In America, people have guns. They have licenses. Do they go about killing and settling personal scores? Look,
but America has a very high rate of gun violence, Senator Nwoko. America has a very high level of gun violence that they haven't been able to deal with.
Sorry?
I said America has a very high level of gun violence that they've not been able to deal with. So if we add that to the issues we have in Nigeria, are we not making
but still, America.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Look, the point is that there are many more people who are. Yes, there are many more people in Nigeria who are illegally armed. So are you telling me that we should allow them to carry on being illegally armed? Whether you like it or not, there's a proliferation of arms, most of it illegally brought into the country by different groups, by armed smugglers. All I'm asking is let's legalize it, let's make it proper so you can trace who they are. Anybody who is carrying arms, you know who they are. There should be a database for everybody so we can identify who the bad guys are. So if a person is seen with a gun when without a license, you'll be able to prosecute them, deal with them as appropriate. But to say, hold on, there will be anarchy. So what is the option? Allow innocent people to be slaughtered just like chickens continuously, whilst the bad guys continue to amass arms and kill innocent people? Is that what you're saying? Have you not seen videos of innocent travelers on highways being herded like animals into the bush by kidnappers simply because they have no means of defending themselves? There are no police on site. There's no military on site. And these guys take them into the bushes and demand for money, sometimes rape them or kill them if no ransom is paid, or even use them for organs harvesting. So are you saying that we should just allow things to be the way they are because of your fear of anarchy? Nigeria is already in a state of anarchy. We are already in a state of anarchy, my sister.
Senator Nwoko, if I may come in.
Maybe you don't live in this country. I don't know where you live.
Indeed, Senator, those are harrowing ordeals. But let me just ask this. It's one thing to propose a bill, but what about Nigerians themselves? Have you engaged them on this possibility regarding the private gun ownership? And if so, what has been their response on this prospect, on a broad base, not just beyond your constituents as well? So what has been their response on this?
Look, I know. Out of every 100 people that I engage, 98% of them want to be armed. The opinion is overwhelmingly in support of this bill. And you will see also this when it comes to the floor of the Senate and House of Reps. So it is not something that I've just thought about. I've been here all my life, practically, except when I spent time in UK, studying and working. But here in Nigeria, I understand the system. I understand the people. People are angry. People are frustrated. But of course, it is not the only solution. The other solution is to make sure that the economy works. If the economy works and people are gainfully employed or doing businesses, and the police are able to protect people, the police are able to guide people, let me tell you, there will not be any need for people to be armed, as I am proposing. What is happening now is that people are desperately in need of survival. So most of these guys who are kidnappers or terrorists, as you call them, or whatever nomenclature you want to use to describe them, they are desperate. They're desperate to survive. One will not justify what they are doing that has led them into this theater of anarchy. However, if you want to change the narrative, we must look at the economy. People should be able to have access to financing. People should be able to borrow money. People should be able to live comfortably. We should be able to grow our economy from within. We should be able to think less of the dollar and think of how we can make Naira much more competitive globally. We have not really begun to address the issues of the economy. When we are able to do so, yes.
Senator Nwoko, I appreciate, I appreciate the fact, that you are concerned about the safety of Nigerians, and you're trying as much as possible, to ensure that they are safe, and free from acts of terror. But then I'm wondering, really, considering how sophisticated crime and criminality has become in Nigeria, how do you fight a bomb with a gun? Now the criminals, they go about with explosives, they set houses on fire, they slaughter people. So instead of, arming Nigerians or putting more arms out there when we already have a large number, of illegal arms out there, what about strengthening our security forces, their response time, their intelligence gathering, state policing? What about those other options? I'd like your thoughts on those.
What options? I've not been here in the past 24 years. Didn't hear what I said. 24 years, we spent so much money buying weapons, buying arms, buying bombs, buying warplanes to destroy Boko Haram, to destroy the bandits, to destroy IPOB. Have they been destroyed? Instead, they're getting stronger by the day. So, I'm actually perplexed at your questions, because maybe you're just asking for the sake of asking. But if you really understand and experience Nigeria the way I have experienced it, look, have you ever experienced any, have you ever been attacked by or kidnapped? Or somebody who has been a victim? You will not be speaking the way you are speaking. In fact, you'll be championing what I am proposing and make sure that it is either we're all armed, or we address the economy of Nigeria, we address the issues of insecurity, right. we address the issue. There are so many issues. What we need
indeed, Senator,
Nigeria is actually for the Senate.
Very good, Senator. If I may just come
create a platform.
Yes.
Just 1 second, please.
Okay.
We need to create a platform organized by the Senate for Nigerians to have a dialogue. Senselessly, have their grouses. We must understand, why are they doing this? What is the solution? We cannot kill everybody, and they cannot kill all of us. We're all the same. It doesn't matter what people say. Oh, some of them are from Niger, but majority of them are Nigerians. So do we go on killing and spending so much money without any results? 24 years, and you still think we should continue the same way? No, my friend. Let's have a platform to dialogue. Whilst at the same time, we give the people the opportunity to defend themselves. And then government should focus on improving on the economy. We must think of how we can develop from within and think less of important things. We must grow our economy. We must empower people. There's no other way to run a country than what I'm talking about.
All right, Senator Ned Nwoko, representing Delta North, the Federal Republic.
All right, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. It's good to be back again. Thank you very much. Today, Saturday, 6th January 2024. Thank you very much, my people, for your time with us. Before I will move on with other stuff that I have for you, I'd like to ask this question because Ned Onwoko came out now talking about, make I use Pidgin talk this one. Ned Onwoko don't come out now, they talk, say, maybe person they carry, you know, how I want to call her now because YouTube not like that name. Okay, wait till I want to call her now. Okay, OCC. Now they call her for Benin. I don't know whether other people understand that. Say now OCC. You know, say okay. Me Nigerians they protect themselves. This one a very very big topic. Oh, you know, because you know why I say that big topic. Normally, the way it be so because Ned Onwoko mention some things that is very very significant. In talk and say, God forbid you dey inside house. All these people, these armed robbers, kidnappers, bandits, or terrorists, they can't knock for your door. Because say, open this door now. And you can't find out, say, now them come. And at that moment, now you, your wife, maybe your daughter's 9 day. Okay, God forbid, they can't manage enter. As a man and the head of the house, they can't sleep with your daughter, God forbid, for your presence. Because not be everybody we really we die, now he really die, now be only die. So people they will still day life, they don't already die because people don't buy them, they don't take their life. Because me, I believe say any man where stand, where armed robber, kidnappers, or bandit terrorists, they knock a wife for a presence or a daughter for a present. Now die be that. You understand? Now die be that. Could be like say you did life, but they don't already, you don't die. So now, how you want to do for that kind of circumstance? Person knock, open this door, you are finished. That one, because Nendo won't call and not be supporter at all. But sometimes, you know, say for this platform, me particularly, I like truth. I like truth. No matter how bad you are, the day where you go talk true, I go identify your truth. Now, my kind of person with that. I'm not speaking for other people. I'm talking for myself. But wait till go hard. I don't put poll there. Even when I spell that right name, where the same will carry so that poll, YouTube don't allow me make I write them just now until I can't change that particular name. Make una leave vote, click on more, look at the end of the this broadcast today. Make we look what people support. And another thing be say, the current satanic government, APC, no go ever allow this one make it happen. You know why? If you hear what that moderator talk, that Arise moderator, say based on say Nigerians they vex right now. So based on that, these satanic APC people not go let this one work. Although they don't work on APC now, right? Yeah. Basically, in APC, I don't know these people like that. Whether APC or PDP, I don't know. Maybe somebody correct me on the comment section. Regardless of what, someone like Tinubu, for example, not go let this one happen. Someone like Mahmoud Yakubu not go let this one happen. Someone like CJ not go let this one happen. Okay, then na PDP. Okay, thank you. You know why they not go let this kind of thing happen? Because when your mind not clean, how you take reach power, fear of this kind of suggestion, it go scare you. You can say, no, Mona, no let them start them. Wait till they talk so. Never. No approve them. Huh? You want me you approve me they can't come and so rock? Or you want me you approve me they can't come my house? No, never. You don't go approve. Because normally, with the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria right now, they suppose do that thing, may everybody for be on the safe side. You don't feel they drive, they go. Another car, your drive, come from another corner, block your car. Say, everybody, calm down. They'll carry all everybody, enter their own car, drive you, come out. The one where they go buy, they go buy. The one where they go sleep with, the women they'll sleep with them. Or you as a man or a woman, you they listen to me now. Maybe you and your mama, God forbid, though, you they inside one car. All this yes smelly thing, they come cash you now for your present. Then they do the thing with your mama. How you go feel? Because now make me talk and say, not the only people who don't buy, that be the definition of say buy. People they will still their life where people don't already buy. Whenever they think about what happen for their presence, they are already psychologically affected forever. For me, I don't know what people go talk about this one later on, but for the first time, I'm seeing a politician. I don't know whether another person don't talk about, but for me, for the first time, I'm seeing a politician coming out on the national TV, can suggest this thing. But the unfortunate part of it is say APC people don't go let this one happen because their hands not clean. And I still like the fact when the moderator they ask Ned the one call say, hey, they feel carry another, they use and they buy themselves and all that, blah, blah, blah. Then the one can reply, say, for Nigeria, carry cutlass is allowed. Carry hammer, knife is allowed. But UK, no, it's not allowed. But how many people don't use cutlass, knife, just they buy people, they go for Nigeria? And that one not true. Nobody just carry a cutlass now. You say, hey, man, they buy everybody, why I see for street, they go now. Because the way Nigeria take critical right now, my people, it be as a ghetto. That's why I say I'm rich. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you, my people. I appreciate you all for your time with us today. Mother for Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for joining us. Good evening to you. I appreciate you always. Amaka for JB, thank you very much, Madam, for joining us. Good evening to you. Thank you, CXL Roslane. Urban Wednesday, thanks for joining us. Fortress East, thank you, Willie. Thank you very much, Neil James, and many others right there. I appreciate every one of you. You know, thank you very much. I've showcased so many people already. CXL, thank you. Please just okay, tools. Thank you. That tools that go good. Maybe they carry tools, and that one go your good. Be like say, Johan, Indy. You know, you be street man or you be street person. Tools. Okay. All right. So you know, thank you very much. God bless you all, my wonderful people. Love God is my strength. Thank you. Oh God, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Michael Oganamaro. Thank you, my wonderful people. Pacha Nofe, my dear sister, I appreciate you. Sege Hoodie, thank you very much for Facebook. Thank you. Chedrak Essen, thank you. Truth and Question, thank you very much. God bless you all. Emmanuel Onso, thank you, my wonderful people right there. Help us to press on the like button and help us to share as well. Let our voices go far. Saga Daddy, thank you. Vias Peters, Kate Omorose, Wisdom Lucky, thank you. Wabo Felix, Mike Akembari, Miracle B, and many others. Fighters of Kwebele is right there with us as well. Okay, my people, I'm posting out a link because we don't have much to present today. I want us to start talking on time. Remember, it's Saturday. As people join me on time, now we'll take day here or even spend time for a year. But if I wait, you know, for immediately I finish my submission, nobody there here with me, I'll end the broadcast, make on no vest, you know. Normally, I know if we're supposed to come out for weekend, you know, but since April 2022, now that they do this thing now, it's not too easy for me. If I lie to you, say I be Odunga, you know, saying I just lie now, just because of the encouragement for some of you now, by God's grace, you know, now make me they say, and by the power of God, let me say, okay, man, you keep that consistency. You know, I've posted out a link for those of you that will be joining us today. I would really do appreciate you joining us on time. You know, so but meanwhile, we have oh, thank you very much, Love God. It's my strength for the super chat already. Thanks for your continued support to this channel. I'm very, very grateful. May God bless you always, madam. All right. The same insecurity matter, you know, now one system will listen to. So, Bode George, you know, Bode George, my brother Jonathan Kiste already joined me, you know, in the quit the journey like this. Now, yeah, give us a mandate, they quit journey before, or give us a mandate, a person. I'm not sure say this moment now, so we enter this year like that. Now, like yesterday we hear from him, he never stop better and the jam of New Year finish. You know, anyway, my people, thank you very much for your time with us. But they just don't come out. Go talk about this again. He said insecurity has gone beyond control. You see, it be as it gets. Corruption has increased. Now, tell me now, wait take on your day this country now, Nigeria, we will feel say make we hit our chest for. say they work right now. Because me not can be like say nah hate, we hate the government, or nah hate, we hate APC. Because me I like truth, oh my people. Yes, I like truth. If I see truth, I like to talk am. Now my kind of person just be that. But the way it can't be so now, it can't be as it gets. Every day, from one story, from one pathetic story to another, from one pathetic, destructive story to another, we not go feel continue like this, my people. You know, so it be as it get. But meanwhile, let's listen to what Bode George have to say here quickly. Then we'll take it from there. Now God bless you, my people.
And help us assess the state of the nation than elder statesman himself. And he's going to do justice to the conversation as I pose questions to him as we look at different parts of what is going on in our country, Nigeria. I'm being joined on the program via Zoom all the way from the United Kingdom, the founding member and member of the Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Olabode George. Chief George, thank you so much for coming on the program, sir.
Happy New Year, and it's always my pleasure to be with you guys and bear my mind with fellow Nigerians.
I must say Happy New Year as well, and you look quite good. Let's begin on. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's pretty cold out here, so
yeah, I can see that.
It's not a lot of fun, but it was. I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, getting closer to 80 and you're still feeling like this, then you give thanks to God Almighty. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Perhaps it's also a good place to have your thoughts. We just got reminded again that Arakuni, Rotimi Akeredolu, died. His body just arrived today. Seeing those pictures is just a very solemn reminder of our humanity. I just wanted your thoughts on this particular incident. Maybe what you say.
Okay, my people, before we go continue with this one, make una remember, say the first day where this ex-governor, you know, na don't die, you know, Akeredolu, where he die. They talk and say, he died for a house for Ibadan. I've been sure they talk him. I remember say we talk for this platform. Make una remember, una not say this government, they know they see truth for their mouth. I can't for even the next day as well. Some people can still come and rise, come talk and say, oh no, so worry come talk and say, it be like say these people that they lie. You know, show says Akeredolu said that Nigeria for die. You know, they are lying to the society. This is that say he died for Nigeria. Sure, do this one. You see, everything don't vindicate now, so worry now, or some of us that was doubtful. Now they see him now. Say, this man, Jamie die. They don't carry body come now. Come Nigeria. But my question now be say, why they can still lie over this one? Why be say our government go the lie for everything and there's no consequences? Person die. He died. Tell where he died. I be they still they charge money for that one. Me no understand. Did it surprise me today? Why I come here say they say this man say they don't carry body come Nigeria? I go say, so now truth now so we talk say these people they lie to us the other day. But meanwhile, let's move on.
I am so happy that in fact the former INEC professor, I've forgotten his name, also mentioned Dairu Jega. Yes, he himself said for the first time, that's a full animal saying, look, this country, what we had seen during the Buhari administration and all that, because our colleagues in the north are not seeing it that way, some of them. But we must restructure this country. The constitution we are running is completely military. How do you now sustain just one man in Abuja to be controlling all the corners of Nigeria? It's rather impossible. Every month, every state heads to Abuja to go and chop all the money there, and then you come back home. Devolve power to the state. Let the people feel that this governor that we have here, if you don't perform, you are at our call and beg. We are not going to know Abuja. Whatever the resources we have here, we will maximize the resources for the benefit of the people. Look, Look at the way they chop the local government. Lagos State is the largest, in terms of population. But what is the number of local governments that we have? 20 local governments. Next in population is Kano. Kano has 44 local governments. And every local government gets something from the federation account. Where is justice? Where is fairness? Let us remain. I believe that Nigeria must exist, but it must exist with justice, with fairness, and equity. What is good for the goose must be good for the gander. You cannot be paying lip service to it. It's irrespective of the political parties. We must restructure. We must throw away this nonsense constitution we're running. I served in the military. I was trained in the military, and you see the kind of system we have is from top to bottom. Military, you have only one boss, the chief. And if he gives you directives and you don't comply with it, you are in trouble. But in democracy, the power must come from the base upwards. That is why the way we are even doing and running all these electoral activities, totally shambolic. You look at the pre-election maneuvers, the campaigns, the movements. Then on the day of the election, all the wahala by the people voting and counting and all that, and then you disagree with the results, then maybe 7 or 3 at the appeal court, 7 at the Supreme Court, will now decide who is to be the president, who is to be the Senate president, or the senator, or the House of Rep, or governor. That doesn't sound well. What have you done with the powers of the people? The best they should do in any court of law is to send you back. Once they are satisfied that this thing didn't follow all the procedure, go back and do it again. So Chief, you see, from one step, from one mistake to another mistake, and we are aggravating and expanding the mess. So it has engulfed us now. Most of those people who are there went through court. The judiciary now decided who should be the leader of the people. Did the people really vote for him? Let the people decide. Let the will of the people be respected. You cannot continue. We can't continue like Nigeria. Look, right now in Europe, people are looking down on Nigeria. People are looking down on us. Look at Kenya. Kenya is now a responsible, respectable country. Look at Gambia held elections. All these other little places held elections. It is not the Supreme Court who will decide for them.
All right, Chief George, if I may butt in, I'm going to stay on this for a few more minutes because there's a lot of questions I want to ask you. Is State of the Nation, as an elder statesman, there's a lot we need to glean from you in terms of your perspective. But before I leave off this issue, some people have said, when it comes to changing the Constitution, the National Assembly rely on Section 8 and 9 to do amendment. And people like the learned Olisa Bakoba had said, look, we don't need amendment, we need a replacement. Literally, that's what it's saying, relying on Section 4, 1, 2, and 4 of the Constitution. But some people have also argued that if you're trying to replace the Constitution, because he held that, look, our Constitution, in his view, is just a schedule attached to an act. So just pull that schedule out, do what you can, and replace it. Well, those are legal, technical terms. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just interpreting what he's trying to say. But the argument some people are making is that, what about that interregnum? What happens between that change, where you're trying to make that change, as against how the state will be run in between all of that? So what will be your reaction for those of you who are advocating for a total scrapping of this Constitution and a total replacement?
What I said, and I want to remind our people, I was privileged to have been a member of the Constitutional Conference under President Jonathan. President Jonathan, he will go down in history as a very, very respectable, responsible, reliable, committed Nigerian who set up that constitutional conference. We took the present constitution, x-rayed it, and we looked at it, what can be amended, what is working, what cannot work, and at the end of the session, I think we spent about 6 months there, something had been done on the current constitution. And God bless the then chairman of, he's late now, Justice Kutigi, and Professor was the professor from Osun State, was Abolaji. Yeah, he was the deputy chairman. And who was who? The military, the civilians, the elders, the youths.
All right, guys, I'll stop it right there. Please, in case you want to watch the full video, you can go to channels. I want us to move on from here so that I can present other stuff, but I'm done with videos right now. So I'm just going to take on some articles, then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, my people, for your time with us. Good evening to everyone. For good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depend on your own region. Stella Afeni, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Thank you very much, Madam Ellen. I can see you right there. Thanks for joining us. Good evening to you, Washington Marigay. Thanks very much, Peggy Modi. Thank you, Obejulu, and many others. Now go bless you, my people. Please help us to press on the like button, help us to share. I'd like to quickly appreciate Amaka JB. Thank you very much for the support earlier on. God bless you. Thanks for always being there. All right, guys. I'd like us to quickly take on these articles here so that we can start talking. You know, I'd like to start with this traditional ruler first, because sometimes when we are talking about our traditional rulers or our religious leaders, some people might think that, oh, wait till this one they talk. You know, I don't know which one they talk and all that. Yes, the way the country is going on right now, you know, if you are not there for the youth, I don't know. To be honest, now so I go talk and reach, but I would just like to take the article I today. Press on the like button, my people. Nigerian police confirm adoption of Imo State traditional ruler from palace. Wow. So they don't they go palace now, go they carry traditional rulers now, carry them. Woto. Hey, voila. So the matter now, where the T say that the pepper us alone, it all they affect some of them, right? It was learned that the traditional ruler was kidnapped on Saturday around 8:15 a.m. within his domain. His Royal Highness Eze Samuel Uwiri, the former chairman of Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers and the ruler of Udumara, Orodo, Otomos community in Ibaitoli local government in Imo State has been adopted. It was learned that the traditional ruler was kidnapped on Saturday around 8:15 a.m. within his domain. 4 male kidnappers, heavily armed with green-colored Toyota Highlander Jeep, were said to have stormed the community and kidnapped the former Ezemo while his cousin escaped. Confirming the incident, the Imo State Police Command Public Relations Officer ASP Henry Okoye said the command had commenced intense investigation to unravel the circumstances behind the incident. I'm just going to leave it right there. Although they went on talking, I'm just going to leave it right there. Because I deliberately brought this one here because the situation in Nigeria right now is going to continue to affect everybody. Yes. You cannot see what is wrong and you pretend you are not seeing it. I don't understand. But meanwhile, I'd like to quickly take another article here. And people, I bet me gonna help us to press on the like button as I try to do my own part here. I would like to quickly divert again to another one where it happened. Madam Luke, thank you very much. I can see you on the back, but your device is not turned on, so I can't accept you to the, to the panel. Please try and sort that out so that I can accept you to the panel. You say your device is not turned on. I'm not talking about your camera. I think it's your audio. All right, let's take this one. So now, You know, when I say this one, so when they read them, I take the different thing they happen for this country, Nigeria. Wife takes sick husband to Nigeria hospital, abandons him there for over 6 months in Edo State. Wahala. You see some things where they happen for this country. You don't call this. Okay, more read them. They can't go carry baby meter there or wait till they happen. I don't understand. But let's see. Sarah reporter gathered that Oswedi, who hails from Orogun Iroyobe, compound in the Ogele North local government area of Delta State, was taken to the hospital by his wife on June 23rd, 2023, and reportedly abandoned there. 58 years old man identified as Oswedi Sunday, Christian, has been abandoned by his family at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Benin City, Edo State. Sarah reporter gathered that, okay, they are repeating themselves here. Sarah reporter learned that that she had not shown up since then. You know, hold on, guys. Just trying to jump what I've read before. Okay. And when the hospital contacted her, she said that she has moved out of the apartment where the couple used to stay in Lagos. The public relations officer of the hospital, Mr. Quinn Aigbodion, told Sarah reporter that UBTH had been feeding and taking care of Oswodi for over 6 months. Unquote. As of yesterday, Thursday, when I spoke to the wife on the phone, she insisted that she was no longer in the house, Aigbodion said. She went on. She said the wife brought him to the hospital on the 23rd of June 2023, and that was the last time we saw her. The man is very sick but can talk. We made an attempt by taking him to his hometown, but nobody seems to know him there. And we brought him back to the hospital because we cannot just abandon him there since he cannot help himself. Kai, voila. So then what now happened to better for worse? Eh? Wow. No understand what they happen for Nigeria. But meanwhile, I would like us to move out of this quickly and move on. So we see how more people. Then we have update on Bata Edu. You know, you say we talk about this Bata Edu yesterday. So they say how should they transfer half a billion naira, you know, and how should they embezzle more than 4 billion or up to 4 billion within 7 months in office, allegedly. Okay, Bata Edu made illegal requests to wire funds into personal accounts. Accountant General. So let's read what the Accountant General have to say here. The Accountant General is saying, the Accountant General of the Federation AGF, Oluwatosi Meden, has revealed that she did not honor the controversial 585.198 million requested by the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Bete Edu. And it went on. The humanitarian minister had, in a letter reference, blah, 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 and dated December 20, 2023, requested that the AGF transfer the money to personal account of one Oniyelu Bridget Mojisola, as the fund was meant for grant to vulnerable group in Akwa Ibom, Cross River State, Ogun, and Lagos states. So we're going to stop that right there. So there are more confessions currently going on. Everybody is seeking for a proper investigation, you know, proper persecution on this particular issue, if possible, for a prosecution. I appreciate every one of you, my people. In terms of what we have for you today, that is it. Like I said, we don't have much for you in terms of presentation today. Although that one is still much, a 1 hour presentation is a lot. But I would like us to start talking right now. I'm going to repost the link again. For those of you that want to join us, you have the opportunity to join us right now. I only have one person with me right now. So the person is going to start talking, then we take it from there. Mr. Jonathan Kisley, it's good to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. You have enough time to talk to them before have another person. I know so you like time to talk well. Before other people come now, I'll just say you talk, but you don't have a limited time though.
Oh, thank you. How
Thank
are
you,
you
sir.
doing today?
I'm good, though. I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, man, it's a good time. I hope that people will still come on board.
Yes,
They
of
will
course.
join
Of
us.
course.
Yeah, I hope so. I believe so. So thank you very much, and welcome. I want to thank everyone, especially those on the comments section and those that are listening, to us. I I wanted to talk about Bode George.
Mm.
But when you mention the moment you brought in this better edu thing, and then when you now mention the accountant general, the involvement or what she had, is a male or a female, I really don't know the sex. But
I think it's a
when you
female.
mentioned her name, the name of the accountant general, the moment you mentioned the accountant general, I just decided that I think I will focus on this. I'll focus more on this. What we all know the problem of Nigeria. We know that the constitution is the bane of that country, and you can't imagine a country where the president and the president alone has the power to appoint even the accountant general, even the auditor general. So you know that alone, if we're talking of fighting corruption, we have not started at all. We have not started at all. You see, the problem we have in that country is so deep. It's so deep. You know, I there are some positions in that country. If I can recall all of them, I will try. There are some key positions in that country. One of them is the Attorney General of the Federation, the Chief of Staff to the President, the Federal Minister of Finance. Under this Minister of Finance, that's where you now have this Accountant General that you mentioned, that made a comment on better edu. It's under the Finance Minister, and then you also have the Auditor General. It's also under this Finance Minister. You have the Minister for Budgets and Planning. You have the Central Bank Governor. You have I believe, the Secretary to the Government, and then you have the legislatures or the committees there. So all these offices that I mentioned, they are the one that are responsible for the looting that is going on in Nigeria. It is not a big, Peter Obi have said it over and over. It's not a big problem. The amount of money they are stealing is massive, is significant. To checkmate them, to stop them. See, these offices, I think 7 or 8 of them that I mentioned, these are the offices that are perpetrating corruption in Nigeria. These are the offices. See, without at least one of these offices, at least one of them, without one of them not looking the other way, it is practically impossible to steal 1 naira. I mean 1 naira from the national treasury, or to loot the Nigerians' commonwealth. Talk less of stealing billions of nairas and dollars. One of these offices must look the other way, must pretend as if it is not happening. That is the only way you can steal 1 naira because if one of them just decide to do his or her job, just one of them, if you steal 1 naira, you will be in jail by the following week. You can't go away with it. And whenever you see this stealing, it's not sometimes so. Always 100% of the time, these these offices, or those that are occupying these offices that I mentioned, they are part of it. They are an accomplice. They are an accomplice to the crime, or they are negligent. If you want to be fair. And whether you are an accomplice or you are negligent, both of these things are crimes. They are crimes. You are an accomplice, you have committed a crime. You are negligent in your duty, you have committed a crime. You are supposed to be, at the least, to be fired immediately. So when the likes of Beta Edu or his predecessor that you brought the other end, Shadira, or what's her name, the one under Buhari, when the likes of these people stole Nigeria, stole money from Nigeria, there is no way on earth they could have perpetrated that looting successfully without, at least, as I said, the involvement of one of these officials holding this in these offices that I mentioned. It's impossible. Because the checks and balances are there. It's just that these people, one of these office, just decided to look the other way. Because why? They are partners in crime. They are partners in crime. So when you go deeper, when agencies like EFCC or whatever, they pick one minister or one civil servant, accusing him or her of stealing Nigerians' money, without naming somebody from this office, one of these offices that I mentioned earlier, alongside that politician or that civil servant, then you know EFCC is just playing games. They are just insulting the intelligence of Nigerians. And that's why the accused minister or civil servant can be going all over Nigeria, nothing will happen to them. Because they know they have an accomplice. So you can't come after them alone. It's not possible. It's not possible. The question that I've been asking since the beginning of 2024, this first 1 week of 2024, is where is the money? The looting that is going on. There is money is needed in that country. You need money to fight. You need money to fight security. You need money for education. You need money for medical care. Where is this money? Where is this money that has been stolen? And since those that are responsible in letting us know where the stolen money are hidden or stockpile, they steal this money and they go and they stockpile it somewhere. Of course, with their partners in crime. I think it is important for us to even, and I want to assume that we all know that ministers and agencies mostly take money away from the government. Why those that are supposed to look after, who are the gatekeepers, are looking the other way. And we also know that most agencies and ministries in Nigeria, they take money away from government. They are takers. They are not givers. Some are both takers and givers, which means that they take money from the government. They also bring money into the government. I'm trying to establish this looting, and I'm trying to establish today where the money is going to. Some of them take money from government. Most of them, in fact, they don't bring money in. They just take money from the government. Some of them both. They take money in, they also generate revenue. But there are also some that they only bring in money. They don't take money at all. They just bring in money. One of them is NNPC. One of such agencies. NNPC doesn't take money from government. NNPC only brings in money. Just brings in money. So where is the money? Because this 2024, no matter what, I can't stop asking that question. Where is the money? Because it is that money that makes it attractive to all of them. They want to die. They want to buy there. They are not ready to go. So where is this money? It's a legitimate question for every Nigerian to ask. And not only asking it and stopping there, to really want to know where the money is. Where is this money? Remember, last year, this 2023, they told us, they told Nigerians, NNPC told Nigerians themselves, this is not my own number, this is not anybody's number, this is their own. NNPC said they will bring in 18.7 trillion naira, which is that money is about that money is about $43 billion. $43 billion that's 18.7 trillion naira. That is using the 400 and something naira rate back then. 18.7 trillion naira. And then the government said that they will also bring in about 10 trillion naira. So when you add those two together, the money that NNPC is to bring in, plus the money that government say they will generate directly themselves, this is 29.1 trillion naira. 29.1 trillion naira. And the total budget they want to spend was 21 trillion. So that means they have more money than the budget. So they have more than 7 trillion in excess than the money that they approved, the money that they signed, that they will spend. And yet, that's why the likes of Beta Edu can have money to steal. That's why the likes of Wike can be dancing all over the place with a lot of money to steal. Because yet in that same budget, they stated that they will borrow 7 trillion naira. They have more, they already have more, and then they said that they will still borrow. So I don't understand. When you have more money to come in and you are still going ahead to borrow. So for me, that means that you either know that money that you said NNPC will bring in, that 18.7 trillion from NNPC, and the 10 trillion is not coming, is a lie. Or it is way lower than that. It's way less than what you are telling us. Remember, on top of this, just 3 months ago, or less than 3 months ago, they added another 2 trillion. Say they call it supplementary budget. That is the problem that we have in Nigeria. The entire money from NNPC, that the NNPC is supposed to give to the government, the entire of that money is from the sales of crude oil. So this money that NNPC is claiming, or they claim that will come from NNPC, you know why? The money cannot come. The money can't come because NNPC has given that money, that crude oil they're supposed to sell and generate that money. NNPC has given it to the creditors of Nigeria as collateral to pay the debt of Nigeria. They have given it to them. And you know what again? They are lifting the crude oil. Those creditors, they are lifting Nigerian crude oil, in some cases 3 times more than the money that they borrowed Nigeria. That's where the Attorney General is either negligent or is an accomplice, because there is no way they can get into a deal without him knowing. No deal can go through. No deal can pass through without the Attorney General being aware. That's why I mentioned those offices earlier. So that is his own role there. The Accountant General came out now trying to defend himself or herself from this better edu loot. The same way now, the Attorney General, if NNPC is audited, he will have to come out and defend himself. How these deals, you are the one that's supposed to say, no, this deal cannot go through. How can you borrow Nigeria 3 billion and you will use it to go and lift 3 billion naira and you use it to lift $10 billion of crude oil? Who does that? So that's where the money is. I say, where is the money? That's where the money is. That's
I'm
where
not even sure this lady is going to be investigated.
No, nothing will
You,
happen.
Mr. Jonathan, between up to the next 3-4 days, this matter will be gone.
It will just die down, Mr. Edwards. It will just die down. Because why? There is no way Better Edu can steal 1 naira. 1 naira, I said, without the finance minister being aware of it, without the accountant general being aware of it, without even, and at the end of the day, the auditor general is still there. It is impossible. On top of it all, you have the chief of staff to the president. You cannot steal 1 naira without. So all these people have received their own kickbacks. That's why nothing will happen to Better Edu. As a matter of fact, Better Edu I think she's still learning. She didn't perfect this very well. They would have called her now into the room and tell her that, Madam, you can't continue doing this. This is not how we steal. This is not how we do it. She didn't perfect it very well. So they will teach her.
She's still learning. She's in a learning process.
Yeah, it's a learning process. So she stole this one in a very, very childish way. So he left all of them so vulnerable and so open. That's why you see the accountant general coming out fast to come and defend himself or herself, that I'm not part of this. No way you can steal. I said it. No way you can steal 1 naira. I'm not even talking of 100 naira. I'm not even talking of 1 million naira. I mean, if you steal it, next week the person will land in jail. If one of these people decide to do his or her job, if the finance minister decide to do his or her job, that money, that document, it will die on his desk. It's going nowhere. It's going no further anywhere. Because once the finance minister flag it, that's the end. It's a dead end for that looting. And if you have been able to work yourself through the accountant general, maybe he has collected his own kickback. That thing, when it gets to the finance minister, is dead. It's going nowhere. And if you have manipulated those people enough, you have manipulated the finance minister, you have manipulated the accountant general, the chief of staff, this document will still have to go to the president. The chief of staff will block it. It will end on his desk. It will end on his desk. That is it. So that is the looting that is going on in Nigeria. That is why nothing is going to happen. That is why NNPC will do nothing. That is why even the money, even the insecurity problem that we're seeing in central Nigeria now, nothing is going to happen. Because why? There is no money to be stolen as of the moment. As of the moment. Once there is money on the table to be stolen, you will see all of them. They will all come out as if they are working, as if they are doing something. So this is our problem in Nigeria. These people that I mentioned, these are the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers. They are the gatekeepers. They are the ones They are the one that's supposed to. They are the one that's supposed to be protecting Nigerian treasury. They are the ones that are supposed, in fact, to be protecting the president from being misaligned, from mismanaging the country's resources. They're supposed to be protecting the president. So these offices that I mentioned, they are so critical. They should know. If they are listening, they know. All these offices, they know themselves. In fact, you can narrow it down to only 5. You can't steal 1 naira in Nigeria without these people knowing about it. They have collected their own kickbacks. You must have factored their own in. That is why they have to steal a lot. That is why 1 billion naira is nothing. Because if you steal 1 billion naira, you will still, by the time all these people get their kickbacks, what is going to remain for you? So you have to steal like 20, 30, 40 billion naira. So that at the end of the day, you will still have your own. And remember, when they now start shouting, the minister have stolen 40 billion. The minister have stolen 40 billion. 40 billion is missing. No, it is not 40 billion in his pocket. Oh. It's not 40 billion in his pocket. Maybe 15 billion. Maybe 18 billion. The remaining 20, 22 billion has been distributed among these other offices. That is why they will not talk. And that is why the whole story will die. But Aedu, nothing will happen to her at the end of the day. So that's Nigeria. That's where we find ourselves right now. The story of the other story that you brought out today, the traditional ruler that was kidnapped, is still part of our problem. Is still part of the economic problem.
And we still have the one where they say make people they carry tools, the waka.
Yes, they are all still there. This is not going. This, in fact, this problem is going to continue. We are going to see more of this in 2024. This kidnapping is. I think you show a video the other day when one guy was saying that if things does not change, they will start carrying guns. That
yes,
if there's no, I think it was yesterday or the other day, that if things doesn't change, they will start to carry guns. Yeah, he said they will start to carry guns, and that will happen. That will happen. This kidnapping is not going to abate. I think it's going to get worse and worse. If they can have the audacity now to kidnap a traditional ruler, then you know that we're going nowhere in Nigeria. But for me, I don't really, these traditional rulers, I really don't at the local level. You see the roles that those offices are playing at the federal level. Those ministers, those that accountant general, those auditor general, chief, all those people, is the same role that those traditional rulers are playing at the local level. They are complicit also. So I really don't feel for them, because they are part of our problems in Nigeria. If they, not all of them, not all the traditional rulers, but most of them, they are part of our problems, majorly in Nigeria, and everybody is going to collect. There is no exception. Whether you are when the chiefs are down, in fact, the traditional rulers, they are the ones that are closer to the people. In fact, they will collect first. Most of them will collect first, and then let me dwell on Bode George. What Bode George said with the video clip the interview that you showed Bode George. Yes, Bode George, he spoke well, fine, but the issue I have with him is that given the opportunity, will Bode George, as of today, is he still ready to contest in any election in Nigeria, to run for any election in Nigeria, if given the opportunity today, without those things that he's asking for or that he's agitating for? Those things are in place. if those things are in place, will it still? That's my. And again, when did he come up with this position? When did he arrive at this position? Is it now or before the election? At what point? So that these politicians, they can talk and talk and talk. Once it's 2026 now, next year they will start politicking, and then they will, politicking, looking for their own candidate, and then again they will say when they get there, they will not change it, and that's all lie. This is the time for them to come out and work together. So when they are talking, the PDP, they are talking about merging together, forming a coalition and anything. That's not where the effort should be. The effort should be at achieving those things that he was talking about.
Mr. Jonathan, what can you say about this one on the screen?
Mr. Elvis, 1 second. You see this thing that you just put here? I think I saw this. I think I sent it. I saw this thing yesterday. See, this is a serious matter. This headline, this one here is a serious matter. You know what is going on there? If you know what is going on here, this thing is that, in fact, I think I was saying something to that effect earlier. That the NNPC gets money, but we don't see the money. NNPC told us that they will get 43 billion, they will bring 43 billion. You see this thing that is here, that NNPC money, the 43 billion last year, and about 49 billion in this year, 2024, that they said they will bring. Then ask the common sense question. If NNPC will have $43 billion or have 43 billion last year, or this year NNPC will have 49 billion, why is NNPC still negotiating loan of 3.3 billion using crude oil as a leverage? Why? Where is your own money? You're supposed to have the cash. See, the entire money from NNPC that is coming, Nigeria is not going to see $1 of it. All the entire money, they have negotiated it. Nigeria have borrowed. Nigeria have borrowed, number one, to worsen the whole thing. This 3.3 billion loan that is here, Nigeria is going to pay times 4 of it. And they will use crude oil. 164 million barrels of crude oil. Just here now, I quickly do the calculation. That's about 11 or 12 billion dollars. And you borrow 3 billion. Can you see that? The entire money that NNPC is generating, it cannot come. We are not going to see the money. Nigeria will not see the money. You can see that the country is technically bankrupt. The entire money cannot come from NNPC because this money, mostly in US dollar, is being used. The entire money is being used as a leverage to creditors, as collaterals. And you know what? What is worse still again? They are lifting the crude oil. In most of the cases, as we see here, 3 times more than the money they borrow Nigeria. Another reason why the money will not come, why Nigeria will not get $1. Anybody can come and dispute this, and anybody who wants to dispute this, I watch the person to come out with facts and number, not with opinion. I don't want to hear your personal opinion now. Your opinion or no, I want to hear your facts and numbers, because what I'm saying here are facts and numbers. The entire money Nigeria will not get $1 from that money, from that 43 billion. The money can't come because this money, all the money is mostly in US dollars. They are using it also illegally, subsidizing petrol imports. They are using it to subsidize petrol import. They are using it as collateral for the debt. So and when they say Nigeria has 1.6 billion barrels per day, see, when they go and borrow 3 billion now, that 3 billion that they borrow and the creditor said is going to lift crude oil to cover his loan, he has deducted that 1.6 billion. It is from that 1.6 billion. It's not that Nigeria is going to lift another extra. It is from that they deplete it. They are reducing that daily allocation. They are taking from that daily allocation. Please, people, get it right. Let it sink in. It is not that the 1.6 million barrels is separate. No. It is from that 1.6 million barrels that they are taking from to cover this loan. Nigeria will pay 11. See, you know why the Naira will keep falling, Mr. Elvis? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing.
You know why the Naira will keep falling like pure water? Why the Naira will keep falling like pure water? Part of the dollar to NNPC that's supposed to come to NNPC from the sale of crude oil normally is the money that they should be using on a regular basis, maybe on a monthly basis or bi-monthly basis, to support the Naira, to keep the Naira stable. The money is not going to fall from heaven. That money from the sale of crude oil, there is no any other source where the money will come from. No, not in this life as a country. That money, the only way you can get the money again is to go and borrow it. And this is the money. The one you just show now, that's what they want to use the money for. They will use this money to support the Naira. They are so desperate. That money that NNPC is supposed to be getting from the sale of crude oil, it is from it they will take part of it to be supporting the Naira on an interval basis to keep the Naira stable. They will keep the Naira stable and to keep the Naira from dropping on a daily basis. NNPC doesn't even have 2 billion, 3 billion Naira to remit to Central Bank of Nigeria so that Central Bank can support the Naira. NNPC doesn't have it. Can it just sink in? NNPC doesn't have the 2 billion, the 3 billion Naira that they can remit like on an emergency basis, like on a Sunday. The governor of the Central Bank get in touch with NNPC and they got in touch with the relevant offices within the government and they get the cash ready to support Naira by Monday morning. They don't have it. That is NNPC that said that they stated it legally. When I say legally, the reason why I said legally is because, see, budget is a law. Before you, that's why the Senate and the House will approve it. They will take it to the president to sign. Once the president signs it, that budget, everything you say in that budget becomes the law of the land for that year. It's the law of the land for that year. So when anything you say there is legal. And then NNPC said legally, they are legally binding, legally that they will make 40 last year, $43 billion. This year, close to $50 billion. That's what they said. And NNPC cannot even get 2 or 3 billion to remit to Central Bank. To the end, where the only option. This is so sad. This is so sad, Mr. Elvis. This is a serious matter.
Only 7 months in office.
Only 7 months in office. That is the reason why, to this end, the only option available to the desperate Nigerian government They are so desperate now. The only one singular option left for the desperate Nigerian government is this deal that you just showed now. This thing that you just showed now. That is the only option. The available option for them now is to be using convertible financing structure. That thing is convertible financing structure. It simply means that you borrow the money and your lender, your creditor, will convert that loan to Nigerian crude oil. You borrow money, you don't need to pay back. You want to pay back, the agreement will say that you will pay back. But your lender have the right to convert the loan to Nigerian crude oil. And guess what? The lender does not want Nigeria. They don't want the money back. The lenders doesn't want the money back. They want the crude oil instead. They don't want the money back. They want the crude oil because it gives them 3-4 times the money that they borrowed Nigeria. So it is the case of husband looking for wife, wife looking for husband. Both of them are desperate. One is more desperate than the other, and they both met each other. Case closed. So Nigerian government herself, Nigeria is not in the business of paying loans back. They don't pay loans back. And the creditor doesn't even want the loan back either. He doesn't want you to pay it back. They want the crude. And since Nigeria is not in the business, you know what is so funny? Nigeria is not in the business of paying loans back. Because why? They don't have, first of all, they don't have the intention to do so. They don't have the integrity to do so. Both. Even if they want to do, they don't have the integrity to do so because they have looted the money. So where is the money to even pay back if they want to do? So the integrity is not there to pay the money back. So once they sign the loan, like this one that you presented now, once they sign the loan, they sign the document, and the money is released to the Nigerian government, the crude oil lifting starts. The party begins. They start lifting the crude oil because it's the collateral to protect the creditor. It's the collateral to protect the creditor because the creditor, this is the argument here. And I'm saying it again. I want anybody who is listening to me or who listening to this at any point in time, please come with facts that are contrary to this. Come with facts that are contrary to everything that we're saying here, that I am saying here right now. I want to hear it. But I know, I'm certain, 100%, 101% certain. There is no contrary evidence to this. There is none. Because we have to come with the numbers, and the numbers must make sense. Because once they sign this loan, they start lifting the crude oil. And you will do the same too. Because the lenders will tell Nigeria, if I don't start lifting today, if I wait for 5 years, 6 years to start lifting, what if crude oil is $20 at that time? What you use as your collateral today is they call it hedging. They can bring it all out. They hedge it against it. So if I gave you $3 billion today, and I asked for collateral, and you told me that it's crude oil you want to use, I say, fine, okay. I will take the crude oil, and I will take the crude oil as your collateral, but I'll give you the $3 billion. But one more thing, before I release the money, I want to start lifting the crude oil, because the calculation you use for the crude oil today, which is 70, might not be 70 in 6 months' time. It might be 50. It might be 30. So let me start lifting today to protect myself, so that my 3 billion will not be worthless, so that your collateral will have less value in 4 or 5 years.
So try to round up in two minutes,
Yeah.
sir, so that we can move on to another person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much. So the gist now is this: just borrow money, just borrow Nigeria money and get crude oil. Borrow Nigeria money ready to give Nigeria money and get crude. In fact, it is the easiest and fastest way for anybody who has sufficient cash to lay their hands on Nigerian crude oil. Just borrow Nigerian money and you get crude oil. And the only way to stop this is to block all leakages. That's the only way. You have to block all, and I'm giving them this. This is for free. For those that are in government, they are listening. Some of them are smart, they are educated, and they know this for a fact. Is to renegotiate all this nonsense, all this rubbish loan that you are taking with all the creditors, so that the money that NNPC is supposed to be getting can come to NNPC. The money can come to Nigeria. That is the only way you can do this. To stop the draining, to stop the stealing leakages. Let the people that are the gatekeepers, let them do their jobs, not to be aiding and abetting criminality. So that if they don't do that, they will come back to their vomit. It will be worse than this. I will leave it at that, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. Let me mute you first. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for your wonderful long submission. At least we've finally got a time for you to express and analyze. Because sometimes you really want to talk, but the time is not permissible.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, guys, I appreciate every one of you. Before we move on to the next person, I would like us to quickly play this video here. Then I'll call on the next person to speak to us. For those of you that want to call in, you can call in after this 3 minutes video. Let's watch this and tell me if you agree. Thank you.
People are the way they are today because those in government, those that are called leadership by example. People are the way they are today because those in government, those that are leaders, have set a bad example on how not to be good citizens. Nigeria is one country where honesty does not pay, where integrity does not take you far. Where the more you are hawkish, the more you are adept at state capture, the more political mileage you get. Such is the kind of system we operate today. Where people are rewarded, where corrupt people are rewarded with some of the highest offices in the land. So that is the kind of system we operate. So why should anybody now sit and die in penury trying to be a good citizen? Any country, go and study the history of most developed countries today. It was leadership by example. Singapore had Lee Kuan Yew. Saudi Arabia had Ibn Saud. The United States of America, beginning with George Washington, had a succession of leaders that kept praising the bar of leadership up until this point in time. And so it is the story across the world. Leadership must take the lead to be able to reward good behavior and punish and sanction bad behavior. But when you reward bad behavior as a system and you actually punish or ostracize good behavior, people will simply adapt to what will make them survive the situation. That is what you have in Nigeria. So it still boils down to leadership. It's a leadership problem, essentially, because God has placed leadership in such a vantage position that it can influence good and it can discourage bad. But when leadership now influences bad behavior and rewards it, so how are you going to now explain people that have chosen to remain good and die in penury? That's the situation in Nigeria, and it is sad. But what I'm saying is no longer sustainable. Nigeria is inching towards a failed state that might eventually collapse because of this current system. And there comes a time in the life of every nation when leaders sit down and say, okay, we've had enough. We've had our fill from the common till.
But
can we now begin to do the right things?
I'm sorry, I must interrupt you. This is a critical question. The political class, are they willing to do what you've just described?
Well,
because it sounds like you're asking them to commit class suicide.
It is their interest. It is in the interest of their own self-preservation to do that now because Nigeria can no longer sustain their profligacy. Otherwise, if they continue on this path, they will become victims of the seeds of destruction they are sowing through bad leadership. We're getting to that point. So as analysts, we're like ancient prophets that are warning kings to say, look, doom and destruction is coming because of your iniquity. So the iniquity of our leaders today is going to bring destruction upon us that will consume them first, probably. I don't know why they are not saying it, because they're actually behaving like drunken sailors aboard a sinking ship. So they do not understand that the ship is sinking. The ship is sinking. And the question is this: for how long will those on board watch their drunken sailors allow their ships to sink without taking
control of the ship themselves?
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Okay, since we don't have a caller right now, I'll just wait 10 seconds for somebody to call in. If not, I'll call on the next person on the panel. I'll go for Madam Luke next. So 10 seconds. Please, guys, press on the like button. It's very, very important for us. I can see the likes that we have today. Because it's weekend, our visibility is even low. The lights is low. Everything about today is low. What's happening? Anyway, that is fine. Okay, nobody's calling in right now. Madam Luke, it's good to have you on the panel. Madam, thank you very much. Happy weekend to you. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Happy weekend to you, Niger Watch.
Thank you.
Panelists, no matter how we have a skeletal crew today, and also the commentators. It's okay. Sometimes it happens like that, especially if you've expended a lot of energy throughout this week, and we have expended. I mean, the house was rocking throughout the week. So it's good for everybody to go and recoup and recharge and come back, and so we can be renewed. So
Exactly.
that is fine.
Exactly.
I was having a little problem with my mic a little while ago, but I'm happy I was able to fix that.
Yeah.
So going back to the topic today, well, we're still on this corruption issue, and I was thinking throughout yesterday, and I'm like, we have talked and talked and talked. What is the way forward? I don't know if now also I see you put up a poll up there about the gun control and all that. I know you probably would address that at a later time. So I don't know if that is open for discussion too.
Yes, of course. It's
Okay.
open for discussion. Yeah.
Okay, good. So starting with what we have on the screen here, the insecurity has gone beyond control under Tinubu. My dear Bode George, this is the man that said he was going to leave Nigeria after Tinubu becomes president.
Exactly.
For I am happy that he did not leave. I am happy he did not leave, because there is no point making such a statement when you know you're an elder statesman. If you're a spring chicken jack buying now to Japan, we know that you can do that. But as an elder statesman, I'm happy he was able to change his mind and stay. Of course, what he says is true. Insecurity has gone way beyond control, and that is why when people like Sanwo-Olu comes out, and I just don't understand. You cannot be an epitome of illegality and think the people will take you seriously. So that no matter what good you do, it's going to be looked at with cynicism, because whatever smokescreen you do is to cover up the myriads of injustice and the myriads of illegality you are covering up behind the smokescreen. Somebody just played a video that says that the leaders set the example for, and I believe that totally. That is why I keep blaming Obasanjo today. Obasanjo was the first democratic president. If he had put things in place 24 years ago, we would have gone far by now. But this man was, I just don't understand how he can rear his head in public. I just don't understand it. How if he was trying to scuttle the constitution to do a third-term agenda, there were extrajudicial killings during his time. This Boko Haram thing, security was terrible under him. He did not help to make sure the South and the whole parts of Nigeria were all strong enough so that they could stand independently while still displaying a national pride. So 24, how many years later? Almost 50 years later, we are still backsliding. So where do we go from here? I was thinking yesterday after we spoke, I said, you know what? The only way we can do this is to mobilize the youth. And I was thinking, how do we do that to desensitize them? To to make them sensitive, because they're all cynical now and they don't really care. And it came to my attention that you need money, you need capital to do this, because a hungry man cannot fight. While these people are using money to legitimize their criminality, how are we empowering the youth with mouth and seminars and everything? We have to set them up so that way they know that they also have that power and money cannot buy them. But when money can buy them, then there's no way they're gonna listen, because they're hungry. Unfortunately, the big money bags, Sanusi, Falana, all those people who can say, okay, let us start from the grassroots. Everybody be responsible for the youth in there and sensitize them. Give them something to hope for. Give them something to make them know that they can believe in this our contraption. We all know breaking away is not going to happen. We can clamor that from here to tomorrow. There is no way that you can get any kind of restructuring under the current dispensation. So what do? It is back to empowering the youth. If we can empower the youth, and like I said, it needs money. From place to place, we need money. But then you're going to have those who are going to be eating with double hand. You're still going to have the Lamidia Papas. They will be on your camp, and it's going to be. But we would have to be able to get the numbers. If we can have somewhere like where you have a Malema, look at all his followers. That man fills the whole stadium. And those are people that are true to the cause. And that is because there is empowerment. And people have self-pride. How do we instill pride in our youth? How are we going to do that? Because that is the only way we can take back this country. Now, going back to that gun control thing. I don't know how that's going to work. You are dealing with a lawless society where you cannot even regulate gun control. The criminals already have all the guns. My question to the panel: if the people do the work, what is the job of the security agents? What is the job of the security agents? So now people who are not even trained to use guns will now have guns everywhere. And then they talk of the gun safety in the homes. When guns are everywhere, children are all over the place. I voted no. I simply voted no. Because I would have even preferred to set up a special vigilante. But the governors should be on board. They should have a special security unit. But for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to carry gun on the streets, that's a recipe for disaster. That's where we're going to degenerate into total anarchy. All I can say, let there be an organized outfit. If we're going to recruit people, we will recruit them and we will train them as an extra parastatal. But to have every Tom, Dick, and Harry carrying guns all over Nigeria, that is a recipe for disaster. How do you know who is genuine and how do you know who is fake? How can you track these guns? We can't even track the ones of the criminal. There's going to be a better way for us to protect our state, and I believe is in the hands of the governors. I believe the governors should take that up, not the individuals. Where the federal government has failed, like ESN or whatever they did in the East, they should do. Every state should have something similar to that, where we can point to whoever is responsible for security. But in the hands of an ordinary citizen, we don't know if they're mentally stable. Like I said, that's going to be a recipe for disaster. There needs to be some kind of regulation. Yes, we could protect ourselves, but it should be regulated. Thank you very much. Oh, one more thing. As for Beta Edu, that thing is going to go on and on and on and on and on until it fizzles. So it's a matter of exposing who you can expose. Unfortunately, she stepped on the wrong toes, so that is why she's out there right now in the public. So you know how many people are doing all these things. Listen, we are operating a pimper's paradise, where you have pimps and their runners. So they send them out to go and scout for funds. Yes, they do. And after you do your work, you bring your portion to your master and you keep some for yourself. This is what Nigerian politics is all about pimps and hookers. They pimp you out there, you grab as much as you can, you bring the rest to me, and then take what you can for yourself. Tinubu, that's how he run his drug. See, that is the typical regime of a drug baron. And that is why I always say what you do in your personal life is very important when you enter politics. Because the same principles that you held on your private life, you will bring it into politics, and that is what we're seeing now. All we have is pimpers' paradise. Pimps and hookers in politics. And so as a result of that, people with no scruples, no pedigree, they will continue to run this country and they will run it to the ground. Illegality can never fight illegality. And anytime they do anything to impress you, you know they've done 10 times worse behind the screen. And that is what bothers me. Thank you very much.
All right, Mother Luke, may God bless you. Thank you very much for your wonderful submission. All right, we have somebody on the phone. Madam, law of God is my strength. Thanks for calling in. Thank you very much, man. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody on the platform, comment section. Good evening, Nigeria Watch. Good evening, Mommy Diaspora, everybody on the back scene. And I want to say good evening to Madam Luke and Mr. Jonathan. And I want to say thank you for every one of us is putting in for this great cause until we get our country back. Thank you. I will start with the gun issue. Oh, before I start, please, I want to talk about the man that did the operation. What's his name, please? I forget his name. What's his name?
Mr. Joseph Orji.
Mr. Joseph Orji. I want to pray for you that the Lord has already healed you. Because at the cross, by the stripe of Yeshua, we are healed. So you are healed already. Don't worry.
Amen.
Healing is done for you in Christ. So you are healed. You will come back and join us here in Jesus' name. Amen. So I want to start on the gun issue. I will say that it is very wrong for this man to come out and start talking about gun. Hey, Nigeria, we want to start with gun. When even some people have gone, they are not even telling the government they have, and they are using it to create disaster problem in our country. And they are looking into people having gone. Just forget it. Husband will finish wife. Wife will finish husband. Brother will finish brother. You know, the way it is very, very wrong. The best thing they should do is how to do security. They should return police back to every region. Because you cannot tell somebody from Abuja, somebody from Sokoto to come to south or southeast to come and watch the place. They don't know the people around. They will not know those people who are foreign to that place. So what we are looking at, they should come together. We should all come together and change this constitution so that we can give autonomy to the police so that they can start working as in their state. If you are from Edo State, you work in Edo State. If you are from Delta, if you are from the East, you work in your state. You will be able to know people. All this one they are talking about gun is in a way to come and scatter people, to come and start people will now take it in their own hand. Look at what is happening in America. You see neighbor find somebody that maybe shout or play music. So for me, I'm against it. I'm against it. It will not work. It will not work. Please, they should not do that because Nigeria is not safe now. If they think about gun, it's going to be a big issue for us. Please, they should hold it and do the right thing. Number two, I want to talk about the woman who left her husband in the hospital. And I'm going to look at it in both sides. And Nigeria, which I don't know because I heard that man's age. I think you call his age. I don't know. What is the man's age?
I think it was.
I think you said.
I can't remember because I don't have it here anymore.
I think I asked something 80 years.
No. 50, about 60 something years.
Okay. Okay, now let's look at this kind of behavior. For a woman to take her husband to the hospital and let go him there, leave him in the hospital, something must be happening. You see, I'm not going to say the man is a bad man, no, because I don't know him. I don't know him. But let me tell you what,
58, 58 years old man, 58.
Yes, okay. And the woman, number one, maybe the woman does not have money. Does not have money.
This is not about money. This is wickedness, madam. You cannot abandon your husband in the hospital for 6 months. It's not money. We shouldn't go there.
Let me explain. Let me finish. What I'm saying now, for the woman, yeah, that's where I'm coming to. For the woman to leave her husband in that hospital for 6 months and she did not look back, she's a very wicked person. No matter what the man did to her, this is a husband who is not boyfriend. That's why I'm coming to Mr. Niger. Mr. Niger, that's why I'm coming to.
No, you shouldn't have mentioned money at all. She packed out of the house. Both of them were living. She moved out of that house. She left her husband in the hospital for 6 months. It doesn't have anything to do with money. It's satanic. It's a wickedness.
It's a very wicked woman for her to do that to that man that is sick. That is when a man is sick, that is when you know the person that loves somebody. What she did is very wicked. And she went to the house, pack on the load, and run away. Maybe she's somewhere now, but God we pay what she has done to that man. Somebody else will do it to her. My own prayer is that I hope people can gather together and go and pay for this man hospital so that he can live there. And then they went to their village. Nobody accepts this man. It is very wicked. Nobody accepts him. It is very wicked. I don't know where this place is. I don't know where the man is. If I know, please, I really want to know so that I can see what I can do. It is wickedness. It's not nice. That's it. Number 3, Bode George. Bode George is speaking from London. When you can see it there, was speaking from London. He wasn't speaking from Nigeria. What I want to say, the way Bode George is talking, yes, he spoke very well, but you can see when he's talking about Tinubu, he's not talking the way he normally talk. He's talking as if, Tinubu came, I heard him say something, and what he said, I think he has said everything. He's not talking like before. Something is happening. It's not his usual self. Yes, we know that things are not working in Nigeria, but say the truth, Tinubu has done nothing. What Tinubu said on New Year Day is not a good thing. He didn't say anything that we can hold, that Tinubu said this, Tinubu said that. He's in London, he's talking from London. He said he was going to run away and pack away from Nigeria. Maybe he has moved to London because when I saw it was showing London, it's not in Nigeria. That's why I said there's code, because there's code in London now. So he's feeling the code. So what I will say, he should talk well because in his own time too, he did corruption, he stole money, he did strange numbers. So all of them are the same. So because if they put him there, he's still going to do the same. That's what I will talk now. I'll leave now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Luke. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam, love God is my strength. Thank you so much. Okay. Somebody else on the phone, then before I come back to the panel. Yeah, we have Mr. Dele trying to talk to us. But before that, guys, help us to press on that like button. I beg. Mr. Dele, thanks for calling in, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Niger Watch family. Good afternoon, all panelists. Hope you're all having a great weekend. I'm just going to touch on one of the subjects, which is the Ned Nwoko's suggestion that we should embark on self-harm, that we should harm ourselves, that Nigerians should harm themselves, rather. When you look at that, initially, my position was, yes, I think that would be a good idea, especially following what happened in Plateau.
Yeah.
But from his perspective, if you look deeply into what he's talking about gun clubs. And he already owns gun clubs. So you can see this man is looking from a financial, benefit, business-like aspect, whereby they're going to have gun clubs across the country, which is the same exploitation that's been going on. And if you look at Nigerians, that's where we have issues. It's going to be difficult, and there's no solution yet. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you. I hope you guys have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Dele. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, my brother Gingerbread Martins, for calling in. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Elvis, good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a contribution with regards to the insecurity in the country and the recommendation for the citizens to arm themselves. I support that idea because I believe that the government of Nigeria are responsible for the killing of Nigerians. Therefore, are you hearing me, sir?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Somebody saying no sound. Can you guys hear us?
I can hear you properly. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Yes, they can hear us.
Yeah, I support the army of Nigerians because the bad guys are already armed. You know, they are killing our people, they are buying our people like chicken. So if the bad guy knows that you are armed, you know, they will, coordinate themselves very well. So in the United States, everybody is armed. You know, you come to my place, you knock on my door, you move anyhow. You know, you must have written your will. So I believe that the country should arm themselves at this point because there's arms everywhere. So if the killers that are coming are armed, why are you now resisting or restricting me from arming myself? How am I going to defend myself and my family when they come against me? So that is a good idea. I support it since the government has failed and the government will continue to fail because they are the people that are buying the people. So therefore, let the citizens be armed so that it will be equal balance. So that before I go down, we'll have a fight and start the thing on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's move on to the next person. I would like to quickly appreciate some of you right there. Peter Ife, thanks very much for the support earlier on. God bless you. Thank you very much. Pat Sonny, I can see you right there. Thank you. Sing TV, can see you as well, and many others. Gina Francis, we can see you on the comment section as well. Thank you very much, sir. Michael and Amaro, thank you. Nena, Nena Bona, we can see you. Thank you. Press on the like button, my people. It's very, very important. Okay, let me call on the next person to speak to us, which is Mr. Odua. Mr. Odua, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Good evening, Nigeria Watch. Good evening, all the panelists. Good evening, Nigerians. Good evening, everyone listening, the commenters, and the viewers. Well, I found a topic and it said the insecurity and corruption. Well, as we all know that coming under criminality to become a government, it will not do anything. So that is the reason we said it, that all the money they have been borrowing before they were giving to judges to put them in office, give to the INEC to put them in office. It's going to continue because Peter Obi told Nigerians that stealing from government posts can only stop when the head is not a thief. I wish we all know that when you who give order are not stealing, your followers will not steal, because if they steal, they are going to face the consequences. So when the arms of the government, which is the judges, who supposed to bear the most higher part of the law that will guide the country, are thieves, then everything is going to be thieves. It's going to reach the conductor in the street, going to reach the farmer in the bush, everybody are going to become thieves. So when the highest person in the position for certificate, that is why all the lecturers who were teaching people, they are going to become forging their certificate also. So when people talk about stealing, because they now give him a name that will make people not to understand it, where they will say corruption. It's nothing like corruption. It's stealing. Criminals. They are criminals. So since the head of the position is a criminal, so he's going to keep on till he leave the office. So Nigeria should just put hope on that what they are going to experience, if it is for 4 years, if it is for 8 years, it's going to be criminality. And that is where they are going to keep on borrowing money, feeding their purses. Because if not, if you talk, the other one will implicate you. So let us stay together. That is what they are going to do. All of them. Even those one we call, they were a Labour Party who came in the form of we want to be under Labour, want to be this. No, they were They were not there because all of them are just looking for a way to thief money. Because they doesn't know what is called government. They only just think that when you enter position, it's just opportunity to feed yourself, feed your house, feed your car, feed your Ghana must go, whereby the street that you are living is full of poto. This area you are passing is full of darkness. So you don't need to put light, you don't need to water. So all these things are what people just believe on. That is what I tell you, Nigerians, those that are seeking for positions. Because if not, all these people that are seeking for position, they're supposed to be telling us, if I did not do this in so and so time, get me sack me from the office, they put it in writing, and court will sack them from the office. Because when you send a paper, there is no constitution that is going to say you that the paper you send, you can no longer answer for it. So, because the constitution allowed you to sign that if you did not do this thing, I will be sacked. So that constitution will not tell you that you could not be sacked. Are you not the one that this agreement, this not your agreement? You say yes. So you will follow, court will follow. But when you have judges that are thieves and lawyers that are thieves, whoever the judiciary that are the legislature that are thieves, so you can never have those kind of law in place. And the parties chairman, parties leaders that are thieves, so you can never have those good informations. So that is why when people see those stealing that they are calling corruption, is going to keep on, because the people that are there are thieves. Then the other day I was saying something like this, but our chairman said that this kind of YouTube is not allowed for this kind of thing. So that is why, thank God that you people are still the one who bring the topic again today. I said in Libya, you cannot have something like this that is happening in Nigeria. You hear the kidnap person, the kidnap Libya person, it will not possible. Or then they are just entering one village in Libya, everybody are running earth and scatter. It cannot happen. Why? Every houses in Libya, if you are not a police, you are a soldier man. If you are not a soldier man, you are a navy. Or if you are not a navy, you are air force. One of these things must be in your house. So that shows that all houses has their own baba, which you people call the name now. I don't know if YouTube will still allow us to talk the name.
Just say tools.
You will have your own tools. You have your baba. So, with them. So all houses have it. By the time all houses has this with them, baba. Another people cannot come from elsewhere to say because they carry the one Russia will use against Ukraine or the one Hamas want to use against Israel. They will be afraid, because you don't know when you are doing your own at the front, another person will come behind you. So it will remove your leg out of the ground. It will tell you, Baba. So with all these things, everybody will maintain. Okay, let's just say they are in roadblock now. The whole vehicle, everybody are full of Baba. Will anybody block you on the road and say you want to kidnap them? Because if 10 vehicles are coming, the 10 vehicles have their own power. Nobody will have a roadblock and said we want to block anything. It is not possible. So all this only solution to something like this is let everybody guide themselves with Baba. So when you have your own with them, and they have their own with them, then we begin to fight. Nobody, all this nonsense can never happen again. So, but because we are afraid to say the truth and work with the truth, then we will be saying constitution will not allow. They have never changed constitution. They have never do this one. My brother, it is because we are afraid to do what is right for ourselves. And because we don't want to work with technique, we don't want to work with the season. We want to still keep on telling people, and don't worry, the time of Abacha, the time of this one, that is why don't worry, don't talk, they'll come and talk for you. Nobody will come and fight for you. The person that is fighting will come and fight for you. No. The only thing that we want to see is that, okay, let everybody, every houses has their own police and have their own soldiers. Even if there is not say it is going to be communities police or it's not, make sure that every houses of the state has their own members as a police and a soldier to see if all this kind of thing will happen. If Nigeria curriculum, it is 50 is taken. Now we tell them, no, Nigeria curriculum must take every houses, one person or two person must be either soldier or police. So let's fight for those ones, not to come at a Nigeria constitution. You only allow 10 police for one state, you allow 50 police for Kano state, you allow 7 police for Imo state, you allow 6 police for Bayelsa state. No, let us make it mandatory that all houses have those polices and have soldiers, and see if all this nonsense will still keep on happening. Nobody will kidnap anybody. Nobody will block road. Nobody will come to any village to come and destroy them. Nobody. But since we are afraid, we are saying we are crying to people that we call government, which is Boko Haram, which is Al-Qaeda, which is whatever name they call themselves, whatever name they give them in Nigeria. These are the same government. They say they are repented, they are repentant. They keep on giving them military, put them in soldier, put them in air force, put them in police. They build house for them. Whereas the people they sent to primary school, they destroy away their villages. Those people are still languishing in primary school. That is where they now marry themselves. That's why they now give birth to children. In still one school, they cannot even feed. I beg, may we talk to, may we see something, may we work for it, may we come out for it, not by say, no, Nigeria, if you come out, they will call police, we come and shoot tear gas, they will come and kill. The reason is that when this Sri Lanka, when they came out, do they not have police? Do they not have soldiers? Do they not have air force? Do people came out to say they want to drag them? They dragged their president out of the office self. Their president run when Sri Lanka people came out. It is because Nigeria is not serious. So they have not yet see anything. That is why by the time they see something, all of them will pack out. So that is only my suggestions. And I as someone concur to a power who said everybody must has their own power. Thank you. God bless everyone.
Power. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your wonderful submission. God bless you, Mr. Oduwari. All right, guys, make a press on the like button for us. I appreciate every one of you. So if you support that, the poll is right down in the comment section. Read and just click on the one you support. At the end of this broadcast, we're going to bring it on screen to see how many people support or disagree, you know, with what Ned or Wonko is saying. Okay, let's move on. We have Mr. Mashallah with us. Mr. Mashallah, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Happy weekend to you. I'd like you to talk to us. Thank you. Good evening to you.
Yeah, happy weekend, my fellow panelists. Happy weekend, Nigerians. The topic is very, very, very interesting. And then the topic of the gun, the color is so important to me. I can't even imagine not having it. Let me start with where my brother, I think this Oga Jonathan, that give us that strong analysis of the crude oil. Left for me, Nigerians, they have finally sold Nigeria. They are not just announcing it to us, they have sold Nigeria indirectly. Tinubu and his crew, they have bought Nigeria. No crude oil, there's no Nigeria. If there's no crude oil, there's no Nigeria. Because that's one of the reasons why the Northerners have refused to let us separate. If there's to be crude oil in the north, by now Nigeria would be a different country. We would have all gone our ways. They have the bandits, I call them the bandits, the financial bandits in government, in oil and gas sector, have finally gathered themselves together to borrow you money. Because you are borrowing 3.3 billion to Nigeria. Who is borrowing us money? Our own money. They have stolen, hidden somewhere, and bring a white man, tells you he's borrowing you money. Who is borrowing us this money? Show your face. If you know, yes, you want to borrow us money. Our money that has been stolen is what is being borrowed back to us to now take our crude oil for free. That's what is being. That's what's happening right now. Finally, Nigeria is gone. It is over. It is over. Based on this analysis my brother gave us, there is no hope. There is no hope. The more we sit down in the house and keep quiet and not come out and go against this government, we will all enjoy it. Because I don't see the reason why people are stealing your money. 3.3 billion. If somebody can steal 9 billion and keep it somewhere, after many years, he's telling you he has 9 billion somewhere. That's somebody that came out. This Yanni is, I don't know what I would say alleged, because government has said it. We don't know where that money is. That is one person. So they are stealing. Now just imagine all the corrupt leaders, corrupt rulers, and government officials gathered together. They can pay this 3.3 billion and borrow Nigeria, and then take our crude oil for free. Peter B told us they'll be stealing our crude oil. We have not caught anybody till today. Nobody has been apprehended. And yet, the same crude oil is what you are saying we can't meet our OPEC quota. You can't meet OPEC quota. Now you are still going to give out how many 1 million tons of crude oil out as collateral. They are finally, to me, they have finally bought Nigeria. It's just the receipt we are waiting for. For my senator that talked about Kala, even Mr. Ives, the way he explained it and then give scenarios, I have passed through that scenario 3 times and God saved me through it. And each of these scenarios, I wished I had a Kala with me. The last one was the one that just came in the company and said that it's over with Nigeria, get out of this country. Because I was kneeling down in front of a Kala. The person involved, a small boy, without a Kala, of course, can't hold me down. But he had Kala. I have to succumb. Kneeling down, praying to God. Already, I was already taking one granite already. I didn't even know there was a granite in my body. I was lucky to survive that day. And that was the last time I made up my mind to leave the country. So if Nigerians have Kala in the house and somebody is bringing Kala to come and take your property, the man coming from outside does not know the kind of Kala you have. So they will be scared. But because you don't have Kala, no defense, nothing, and then somebody bail ups you in your house, points a Kala to you, you are helpless. You become a fool in front of your family, all because you don't have a Kala. Before someone come and open your door, he does not know what you have inside. So of course, the idea of going to somebody's door and then pulling it down and then go inside and do all sort of havoc on them, the idea will change. But because an average Nigerian does not have anything like Kala, the highest you can have is a knife, which you cannot use to do anything. For me, the earlier they sign that bill, the better for Nigerians. The other aspect of it that maybe you say people that are not qualified to have it will be an issue. People that are not qualified to have it are already having it. So it's not an issue. The Nigerian police are of no use. They are of no use. I can say it any day, anytime. They are of no use when it comes to this situation. Of what use you have a police or police very close to you, and then you are being robbed. You call them, they can't answer. They come after they've gone. Of what use? Even the police itself does not even have the Kala we're talking about. They don't have it. You can imagine a policeman having a Kala in his hand. It's now time for him to use it. The Kala is not functioning. That's the situation we are. That's the situation we are. So it's a pity. Each time we come here, we talk and talk. I believe they are hearing us. The earlier they do something about it, the better for us. Thank you, Mr. Niger. Let me stop at this point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Amashallah. God bless you, sir. Thanks for your submission. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Imo Sokri, thanks for just coming in. Lucky Yam, I can see you as well. Thank you very much. Good evening to every one of you. Please do your part. Press on the like button and let's move on. We have Engineer Francis with us as well. After Engineer Francis, we have our final submission. You know, we're almost 3 hours already, so at least we achieve our 3 hours. Engineer Francis, thank you very much, sir. Please, I'd like you to talk to us. Good evening to you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Number one, we are not mature enough for everybody to have his own power. You are looking at it from the area of confronting the bandits. That's great. But how about when the bandits are not here? We see how brother jumps on brother, friend jump on friend, neighbors jump on friends, on neighbors. And then some even go the voodoo way. Now, if you were to allow them to have the power, they will just be doing it and then formulating some allegation against the person they shot. So I don't think we are yet there. What I think we should do, revise the National Youth Service Corps, make it that all those new graduates will serve 1 year in any branch of the military, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy. That way we can assure that at least we have a generation coming up that is combat ready. That's one. If you want to copy something, copy the right thing. Here in the US, the states have their state police. We have the federal, which is the FBI, but the states have their own state police. But outside of the states, every city has its own city police. If you live in New York, you have New York police. If you live in Houston, there is Houston police. If you live in Boston, there's Boston police. If you live in Raleigh, there's Raleigh police. So when we have the policing staged all the way to city police, believe me, they will handle this banditry. The only problem is that when you are making a law and you know that there is somebody who you want to protect, who you are sure will be a breaker of that law, but you want to protect him. That law, I bet you when you finally bring it out, it will not be good. So if the Nigerian assembly, they are the lawmakers, they can easily handle this. They can easily say, you know what, let's just write some amendment creating state police and city police, just the same way as it is here in the US. When you get down to that level with a very clean, open, sincere heart, you will come up with something. But if you're doing it and then trying to bend it to accommodate somebody else, then that's a mess. So as far as I'm concerned, the idea of having everybody be carrying their own power, we have a big problem if we do that. Because it will no longer be banditry. It will now be neighbors finishing neighbors. It will be a real animal house then. So, okay, how about look at London? Does everybody carry power? No. But you have the place under control. So Nigeria doesn't need to think that way. We are not mature enough yet. Where we are is we are at the stage where we need some honest individuals up there. I don't even see, in fact, I have not, this National Assembly, I have not seen any meaningful bill proposed by any of those senators or those reps. I have not seen anything other than the only thing they have been dealing with is whatever will cause they will do to borrow more money and share money and how to do. They have, none of them has come up with any bill that deals with us. And I still call on this lady from Abuja, please jump in there, bring us something, especially with your own region, Abuja. That 25%, you guys were robbed. So you come up with something addressing it. And when you come on that floor that day, don't stop until you finish saying what you will be saying. I mean, and those people in Abuja, what are you guys doing? Go to her house and let her know that you guys are very, very uncomfortable with being marginalized, because you guys were not counted this election the way the Constitution intended. In fact, I'm getting to the stage where I'm going to be angry with that lady. Why is she just sitting there and, like every other senator? You are not, because every other senator, they had their states and their areas represented. You were not. You were not, because that person sitting in Asarok from that constitution is supposed to get 25% from your area. He didn't. And you have not brought any bill in the House to address that thing. What kind of senator are you? I'm getting angry with you, with your just sitting by there and not doing anything. Stand up and let the people be behind you. Go to that Senate chamber, talk and talk. 24 hours if you have to. Let them cut off your mic. Keep talking. Let them get the police to walk you out of the building. Then call your Abuja people and tell them this is happening in our land. And they are the ones that sent you there. They will be behind you. What else do you want? I thought you were supposed to be somebody that's coming to do something. Now look at how you joined them. And even those other senators from the LP, can't you guys just support her and get this going? And sure, there are a lot of senators also from PDP that will join you in this fight. Why are we sitting as if everything is okay? This man has nothing about insecurity, about security of the nation. He's a crook. Anything he does, he will try to bend it to avoid his group. And when he does that, that messes the whole thing up. But you have the rights right now, King Gibe. You have every weapon in your hand right now to call the country to attention. Just like that Cameroonian congressman did. When you get up to that Senate floor, do not step down, do not sit down, keep talking. That 25% of Abuja that was denied the people you are representing, you want the Senate to tell you exactly why. Do that and the rest of the country will be behind you. I don't know what you're waiting for. And I don't subscribe to the idea of, oh, maybe you're a lady. That's a lie. Carol Mosley Brown in the US Senate did something like that. She's a black senator. And when they wanted to renew the flags of the Confederates, the KKK people, those white separatist people, she said that she cannot be here in this chamber as a descendant of those slaves while you renew the license of those slave masters. She spoke until around 3 a.m. That's when some of the senators started gradually coming back into the Senate chambers. And eventually they had a vote and she won. So don't tell me that you're a lady. You are definitely not the first. If you want to hear about ladies that take the stand, let me give you Rosa Parks in the US. Oh, everybody is used to the blacks standing up for the whites to get a seat. Rosa Parks said on that day, she said no. Number one, she's a lady. She cannot stand up in the bus for a white man to sit. So don't tell me you're a lady or you're a female. It's either you are one of those people that come in some camouflage clothing or not. If you are what I saw in you, then do something. This is the time. Because this whole insecurity, okay, look at what's going on in Abuja. Even in Abuja there, this one chance taxi people and car hire people. All this insecurity will filter into every nook and cranny of the country in one way or the other, or one shape or the other. But you, starting with that 25% of Abuja, that is your home run card there. Use that card and bring the whole country together. Whatever the courts decided was bull crap. So you are now going to champion Nigeria's cause. And don't let this chance slip by. Don't let anybody neutralize it in your head. Go ahead and get yourself ready for the fight for your people. Abuja people were 100% excluded in this election that brought that man that is currently in Asarok. Because that man did not get their 25% of them as the Constitution provided. And you are now representing them. And you are sitting down sharing money with them. What are you doing? Get up for the people that sent you there. And thank you, Niger Watch.
Thank you very much, Engineer Francis. God bless you for that passionate submission. God bless you. Let me move on to the next person we have here, which is I'd like to go to Mr. Idubisi first. Mr. Paul, please talk to us. Good evening to you. Happy weekend to you.
Good evening, Niger Watch. Happy weekend. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. 8 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. The headline says insecurity, and I saw your survey. Ordinarily, I would not support people bearing arms to defend themselves if they are being defended by the government or the security forces. Because it is now it's a matter of life and death. So I support people should bear arms and defend themselves. I think it will go a long way in reducing the killings if they come to their villages to attack them and know that they need to have a means of defending themselves. But it's a shame that it is happening in our country. Then concerning the issue of corruption, yesterday I was hearing about Betty Edu. I know when I saw that lady for the first time, I knew all she was doing was trying to get her own way up the ladder through politics. Alance is a medical doctor. I don't know why she abandoned practice at this young age to go into politics. So what is happening is clear. They are all in cahoots together. She might be a conduit pipe for some people higher than her while she's getting her own cut. She can't be doing things just by herself the way it's being reported. People are behind her. Some other forces or powers above her who put her there are telling her to do what she can do. And sometimes it appears to me as if all these corruptions we are seeing in this government, it's not unexpected, because the man himself is corruption personified also. Everybody knows that he's a thief. He had not all the money he made from when he became an adult. We are all illicit money from being a drug pusher and all that. Whether he did 419, who knows? Before he became before becoming governor. Unfortunately, Afenifere thought he was one of them because they fought Babangida for June 12th to actualize Abiola's mandate. But they never knew he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And now they've seen him. Unfortunately, those powerful Afenifere men, only one of them is still standing. The other ones who could have cut him to size have all passed on. Like Abraham Adesanya or the former Ondo governor, Michael Ajashi, and others, unfortunately. So what they are doing is just clear. They are just stealing money. And like we used to say, until our people rise and say enough is enough, this thing will continue. They are not bigger than they are not more in population than the people. If the people can stand up and say we can't tolerate this any longer, how many are they going to kill in the streets? That is when it will stop. And this news that they want to increase oil prices, fuel price, that is how it starts like a rumor. Before you know it now, they will send all their emissaries, both pastors, imams, some traditional rulers, and some elites who are not in politics, but who are sympathetic to them to come to TV or to start talking to people. People should not listen to them. It has gone too far because these people get something from them, but the people are suffering. So the people should not listen to them. The people should resist this latest attempt to increase fuel prices under whatever disguise, be it dollar, increase in dollar or whatever. They should resist it because the suffering is too much. Think about this, Nigeria Watch and my fellow panelists. Some parents can't pay their students' school fees now because it has gone up. So some students are in danger of leaving even government secondary schools that they call government colleges. Some can't afford it. How much more university or other higher institutions studies? So, and what will be the ripple effect? We'll have angry youths who feel that their future has been cut off. Many of them may resort to violence or crime, and it keeps increasing. So our country is in a real deep hole under this people, and they don't care. Anybody supporting them that they are going to revamp the economy or whatever, or like one pastor said that it will get worse, then it will not later get better. He has joined the man. That was what they are telling us. The man there. That's what he's telling us. Nothing will change. It will keep getting worse until our people rise up and say enough is enough. I don't know why they will be budgeting money for the buying of exotic cars in billions and building houses that they don't need. They say it's official quarters. You guys should take this in home. I may not be correct, but if following all antecedents, it may be right. At the end of the day, if they build this house for Shetima, this 15 billion naira VP's official residence, by the time they are leaving power, if their government is still there, maybe another set of APC people are there, they will give it to him as a token gift. Why they want to vote money for another one? But at the end of the day, it is our people that should decide. I hear that in Guinea now, they are trying to have a new constitution. That man who carried out the coup 2 years back, the man has been going around talking with the people, and at the end of the day, the consensus is that they should have a new constitution that doesn't have any features of the French system, which they have been under for a very long time. So if a country less in population, less in size, like Guinea, is doing this, I don't know why we should not sit down and renegotiate our one Nigeria. Yes, I want one Nigeria too, but not under the present term. Things are not going well. It will not continue. Anything done under this constitution as it is now will be terrible. We keep repeating, going the same way. We can't build a country under a faulty foundation. The man there, the constitution gave them enormous powers, whoever is the president. But I know a good man can come and do things better. He will not use the power to oppress the people, but he will ensure justice and fair play. But those who have been there, particularly this APC in the last 8 years, going to 9 years by May this year, they are all part of the people who want to pull this country down. It's a military-style constitution that gave everything stops on the book of the president. Governors who want to start a project that will benefit their people, they have to go and seek permission from the president, which is not proper. So until the summary is, Nigeria should start asking for a new constitution right now. Not even an election, because election under this, 2 days ago, all of you are discussing about, I was listening. People saying that, oh, INEC, they should reform INEC. INEC cannot be reformed under this system. We need to reject the whole system. Judiciary, what about the judiciary? We used to have judges, at least some of them had integrity, but these ones now, we should even investigate how some of them became judges. This present group of judges, from the High Court to the Supreme Court. It appears that they may have compromised along the line for some of them, or maybe they got in properly, but along the line, they have been bought. How can they just decide on the constitution and do something else against what the constitution says? So it's a terrible thing. It's not going to get better until the people stand their feet. They are taking Nigerians for granted. If Nigerians are afraid, oh, that is all, they can divide us and all that. So until we have to keep telling our people that this will not get better until everybody stand together and continue to protest, peaceful protest for days. They will shake. They don't even want it to last more than 1 day. But I know they will change. And I know things will change if people come out to protest. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Takuma, thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the panel. I would like you to talk to us as well. 8 minutes so we can have a final submission. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Elvis, I come back again in peace. I greet everybody. You see, I went back to listen to Ned Nwoko with regards to his the bill he has, the motion he has moved on the House, and I really want to shed more light to that because I've listened to a lot of people here who are talking about, discouraging, that bill. Even though I see in the pool that you have put out there, people that are in support are still on the majority. But I want to give just my 2 cents understanding what owning a licensed weapon means. When they say you allow the citizens to own a license, it doesn't mean that every Tom, Dick, and Harry will own a weapon. You can own a weapon, and there are going to be regulations that guide the owning that weapon. There are going to be some form of background check, some form of psychological evaluation, and the ammos, the ammunitions, can easily be traced. I mean, in this country where I live, if a crime is being committed, even though there are no CCTV cameras that captured the crime itself, from the remnants of the ammunition that are left behind, you can trace exactly where that ammunition and who committed the crime by reason of tracing where the ammunition came from. Just an example, when the CNN people did, independent reporters did the investigation in the Lekki massacre, through the bullets that were left on the scene, they were able to trace back to say that, the ammunition that were fired, belongs to the Nigerian army. So that is an example of how, having a gun regulation can assist the country, especially when you think that provision is going to proliferate crime. Nigeria is already in a state of anarchy, as we all know. And I'm very disappointed at the Arise News media hosts who ask questions as if they are not in Nigeria. Talking about comparing a bomb with a gun. We are talking about people coming to take the lives of Nigerians. We are talking about people coming with a single handgun and using it to control over 30 people and committing.
Are you the one hitting something there?
Oh no, sorry. Let me shift from here. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're disturbing. Oh, God.
Oh no, sorry. I'm right now. This is better, right? So yeah, so I am fully in support of that motion. If not for any reason, for the fact that currently the country is not secured, and the citizens are being put on harm's way by reason of insecurity, then I think it is appropriate for the government or the House of Assembly to move a motion that will allow citizens to bear arms, licensed arms, and provisions are going to be made such that, whoever owns an ammunition is known, is registered. And when crimes are being committed, you could track down who is responsible, from the ammos that are being used. So that is a good bill, given the fact that Nigeria is bedeviled right now by insecurity. What these people don't understand, or what they shy away from, is that the proliferation of light arms and heavy ammunition in the country now is excessive. So if we can accept that, then why are you going to be against the citizens being able to bear arms to defend themselves? I think, for the reason that the government has failed, that the security architecture is either has failed, or they call it being overwhelmed, which I don't believe. I think that is a motion that I support. With regards to Beta Edu, when I saw that lady, I knew that she was a criminal. I knew that she got to where she is by reason of offering one or two things. So she is a criminal and she's not working alone. That is something we must understand. There are people that put her there. There are people that she reports to. There are people that are going to protect her. So the criminality of Nigeria is across the leadership ladder. And then when we see, okay, look at this lady. What's her name? This humanitarian minister during the last administration. All those money she stole. Do we think that she stole it by herself? You know, it's not part of that money belongs to the president, the president that came from Daura. So it is all a cartel of criminals, a cartel of thieves. And we need to understand that the only way that we can get back our country is by adopting and applying what has been recommended by Alex yesterday, which is to embrace them so that they can go back to the land of no return. Let me rest there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Takuma, for that submission right there. For me, before we move on to the final submission, in terms of what Senator Ned Nwoko is suggesting, for me, I don't know. Because Nigeria, with the things that is going on in our country, normally we're supposed to protect ourselves. Because a lot of people, they lose their life, not be small thing. But the other way around, as a nation, we don't mature reach like that. We go feel handle our own weapon by ourselves. That one another thing that we supposed to think about. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Let me take this call quickly and come back for the final submission. Hello, thank you very much, sir, for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, sir. Please.
Hello, Mr. Niger Watch, and happy New Year again. The issues you have online for discussion today, these are not issues of 1 or 2 minutes, but I will see what I can do with the one. By looking at the issue the senator came to bring on air, it's really, really, really very disheartening. What he is saying it as if he does not know the Nigeria in which he is. Niger Watch, for people to say that citizens should be carrying arms. Let's ask, what type of citizens? Let me give you an example first. Take the military, top-ranking military officer. Take top-ranking police officers. They have personal arms. Do you know that sometimes their children steal away these arms and sometimes go commit crime with these arms and come back and keep it back before they even know that it was used? You see, if this thing is not at a point like this, if I want to start analyzing what the implication is, I will talk for 1 hour. One, for instance, look at that. The fellow that was asking him, is he aware that people are unhappy in that country? That is a key question to be asked. If they say yes, one thing you have to bear in mind first and foremost is that most of the arms that will come into Nigeria will come into the hands of the wrong people, not even the people that will get it by go to Chief so go and this. They will get those papers through whatever means they will get it. And nobody will query it, even when they now use it to commit crime. It is nothing wrong if we are talking of America here. Yes, the laws are working. Everything is working very fine. So you can afford to do that. Even here, America is having a problem with all these guns and the shooting. I cannot tell you if I start giving instances of how many shootings here and there since last November to now that Americans are shouting about and the number of people they have killed in this country. through such arms. You will marvel. And somebody is talking of that now in Nigeria. No, it is what they want if they can control it. Because people like Bola Tinubu is not supposed to remain there for any reason. People who will go out there and chase him out with such arms will do it. But it is very baffling and threatening because even if you say do it now, my brother, the people they want to give these arms to will not be able to get it. Except they themselves, you see, all the senators there, members of the House, they will quickly get and keep. Let me ask a question. A man with a submachine gun, probably loaded with over 50 bullets, coming into somebody who is carrying a pump action. How can you defend yourself before such a person? And then you have 2, 3, or 4 of them knock on the door. Why don't we just pray that we don't see such thing coming closer to us? We are in trouble in Nigeria and Nigeria world. I don't know what we need to do. Each time I talk to you here, I feel like I can go back to the age of 20. Honestly speaking, our youth should wake up. They should wake up. They are not helping themselves. The place is decaying. But they just spoke this morning. It's not as if I give him 100%, but then he's telling the truth. He has passed through it. I knew him when he was in uniform. I knew him up to the time when he became the head of the MPA. Yes, all these things we are saying, the people are hearing it. They are relaxing. Nobody is saying anything. And the leaders of thought, nobody. Now, the man, they carry the name of state. What reason did they give for carrying him? No. Many more will be carried. I'm telling you, like that was market. Many more will be carried.
All right.
Before long.
Thank you.
Nigerians don't get Tinubu out of that place. God bless you. I wish I have the time.
Yeah, but you've talked for 5 minutes already, sir. Thank you.
Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you. Yes, sir. All right. Let's move on now to we have a couple of people just joined us again now. Give us a mandate. Thank you very much for joining us. We are having a final submission right now, so you're going to get 5 minutes. Please talk to us in 5 minutes. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you. Hopefully you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be horse before the final submission, but no worries.
No. You just come in now. We're final submission, my brother. It's weekend. I don't want to be here forever.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to pull your legs to see how far you can go. But I mean, greetings to the panelists and everyone on the comment sections and Nigerians all over the world. Greetings to everyone. So interesting to see what's going on in Nigeria again. I mean, the only thing at this point is, I think that like the last caller said, Nigeria needs REV, and you can complete the remaining ones by yourself just to respect this platform and then not finish your statement. But Nigeria is in a dire need of survival because in the hand of these criminals and sometimes we speak here as humans, but sometimes we even speak prophecies on this channel. I think it wasn't too far away if people can actually pull up the old videos, maybe last year December and maybe November, where we keep telling people that the name of these people is looting. Their primary assignment is to loot, and they will continue to loot and loot and loot until they cannot loot anymore. The most painful thing is that this young lady, Beta Hedu, I think I have a link there for you, stood on just like Obaseki did, stood on a altar somewhere, and then they give their testimonies, and in the long run, you see them stealing, and you ask yourself, which God are these people calling? Are they calling the true God or they are calling Mammon? Of course, you know they are calling Mammon, they are not calling the true God. But that's a way to deceive Nigerians. Hopefully, the people that actually prayed for them can call them and then tell them to either resign or be disgraced, because you cannot mock God. Be not deceived. God is not mock. Let everyone that name the name of Christ depart from iniquity. This one, they seems to name the name of Christ, but they dwell in iniquity. Nigerians, you've seen enough. You've had enough. And probably you'll probably be in the middle of the evil going on. The question is, how many more can you take from the hand of these people? Somebody on this platform said something about Bete Edu. She's a medical doctor. I want to believe she'll be in her early 40s, if I'm correct. If my history serves me right, maybe she'll be in her early 40s. Her age here in the United States, maybe doing their maybe second PhD possibly, or they're in the lab looking for breakthrough in science on how to help humanity. But what she has resulted into politics because she feels that she can easily get quick money from politics, and she cannot make that kind of money in a doctor practice, in a health practice. But if you look at the scheme of things all over the world, people are making breakthroughs in sciences, in AIs, in different things. Chat GPT is going on, artificial intelligence and all that. Brains like this, because I mean, before you can go study medicine, you must be a genius. You must be brilliant. So I wonder if if this person truly went through the medical school, or she just do wuru and got the result as she got and became a doctor. But you see the evidence playing out now. These people lack integrity, they lack empathy, they lack compassion, they lack they lack competence. At her age, she should be advocating for young people, how to help young people scale high in their profession and all that. But she even has this opportunity becoming a minister, and what she wants to do is to steal for her next generation. Because if you look at the amount of that money, 4 billion, maybe she has about 30 years to live more. Now do 4 billion divided by 30 years. She may probably be living on maybe 1 million per day if you do the mathematics. And so that's the way the country runs. They steal for the number of years they think they can live, and so that way they don't have any pressure on them and they can live on stolen money. The same thing, the former petroleum minister, Desiani, a woman that can afford to buy a brazier for 1.2 million US dollars. She bought a brazier. Nigerians listening properly. Desiani, if you call it bra, you are only trying to be good. She bought brazier, Komu, you now call it Komu, for 1.2 million US dollars. Maybe her own breast is specially made, I don't know, but time will tell. And even the main thing self, she be cancer, don't eat them. It's not to probably talk bad of her, but that is where we find ourselves today. You steal, you buy brazier, Como for 1.2 million US dollars. The main thing when you unpack self, only God know. God will decide that. But my brothers and sisters, I will not keep talking. I was born and raised in Lagos State, although I'm from your state. Just to re-echo to those people that say I'm not a Yoruba person, my name is Oluwatosin, which means God is worthy to be worshipped. And so, if you think I'm not Yoruba enough, you can call me Chukuma. At least now don't come and say this Chukudi or Chinedu. Regardless, we'll be here, all of you, until you enter the coven of your master and leave Nigerians for Nigeria. We will not keep speaking. Nigerians, these guys are out to steal, to kill, and to destroy. They will destroy so that they can loot. They will destroy so that they can steal and continue to steal.
Thank you.
Rise and take your country back from the hand of these people. They don't serve you any good. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Mr. Elvis. I do appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you too. I would like us to quickly look at when this Bete Edu went to give testimony to Pastor Adeboye. You know, according to the title where they put for here, you know, they say better I do go give testimony after I do thief this morning and all that. Okay, according to what we have here, better I do going to do Thanksgiving after receiving the 585 million alerts. That's what they put there. But meanwhile, let's listen to the video here.
I do. And I came to thank God. Last year at Shiloh 2022, I prayed and told God that by the next time I come for the next year's Shiloh, I want to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On the last day of Shiloh, just as I was working out, I saw Papa, Bishop David Oyedepo, and I went to greet him and meet him as usual. And I whispered to him, I said, Papa, I need you to pray for me. I have just one prayer request now. And he said, what is it? I said, I want to come back to Shiloh 2023 as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He put his hand on my head and he said, it is done. I stood up and I left. I came today to return all glory to God, that in spite of all odds, today I'm a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, one of the youngest in the Fourth Republic. People my age are not at the Federal Executive Council of Nigeria in this Fourth Republic, but today I can boldly stand here to say God did it. I came to return all glory to God.
You see the way many people see God finish for Nigeria. This is one of the things I talk about when we talk about religion. I'm not really into this thing. I'm a Christian, but I'm not stupid. When I say I'm now, you know, these criminals will steal money. You see our religious leaders, we pray for them. We lay hands upon their heads without not asking them how they get into that position or how they make the money and all that. Somebody who have an agenda to go steal and embezzle the resources of the common Nigerians is telling the people that God did it. God did what? Nigeria matter, eh? Nigeria matter. To be honest, let's just move on. Let me move on. Mr. CBD, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me, panelists, everybody. It's been a very explosive, informative, and very useful program, and everyone has really spoken well. Well,
I do. And I came to thank.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so, well, I've been hearing some people talking about that this issue that has been raised by Ned Nwoko, that Nigeria people are angry, people are hungry, people are frustrated, it's not safe, it's not. We cannot be talking about a problem, and when people are talking about how to solve it, now we are going back and forth. What is happening in Nigeria is not a normal thing. That, I believe that, yes, they should be controlled. Like, people should not be allowed to, not just anyone can just own a firearm. But it's important that people that are qualified with the proper background checks and everything should be able to own firearms, especially with the current climate in Nigeria. People are facing existential crisis, and we are still talking about whether people will be safe or people will be angry. If that community in Plateau State had maybe some 5, 6 people that were licensed to own that firearm, do you think that everybody, the damage would have been that severe, or if there would even be damages at all? So it's a very important motion, and it should be passed. People should be able to own weapons, own firearms, especially those areas that are going through this kind of jihadism. To be honest, it's good we point it out. I've seen that there are some few people trying to spin the narrative. Obviously, we've seen that the media, the national media, even the government, I don't think they want people to see it as as some kind of land grabbing or jihadist, activity. They're trying to make it look like some conflict or some, what's it called? I saw there's this influencer that was there picking something that's definitely not thin and telling people that, oh, it's thin on the ground. It's not thin. People have come out and debunked, even people from that community have said that that's not thin. And they are trying to spin the narrative. It has nothing to do with thin. That's land grabbing by religious extremists and terrorists that want to just take over that area. So that's why people also have to be careful, the people they listen to. The world where we live in now, information, anybody that can control perspectives of people, they are like highly demanded for. So you find out that if someone is an influential person or an influencer that people are listening to, it's very easy for those guys to approach that person either by force or that person will volunteer to work for them. They can make you work for them by force by threatening to, if they have some of your dirty secrets, they can say you have to do this or you are going to jail you or will expose you. So you work for them either by force or by willing, whether you're willingly working for them or by force. So it's very important for people to do their own research sometimes and be very objective with how they analyze things and don't just follow some random influencer online, telling people that it's thing. What's the point? Who is it now, like an investigative journalist accredited by where and by who? I will just go there and be picking things. So those guys will just come and pour tin on the ground so that everybody will know that, oh, why we came here is to collect things. People should not be that naive and, you know, lazy to do their own proper research. So it's just quite unfortunate. This is happening, still happening. We have seen that the information has been suppressed heavily, and even when they talk about it, they try to make it look like some clash, harder, whatever clash. Why is it a clash if someone is coming to? They say another one said it's a religious conflict. Which conflict? The Christians, they are not fighting anybody. They did not go to any village that is filled with Muslims to attack people. They on their own. People came and start attacking them and doing all manner. And you're saying it's a conflict. That's terrorist attack. It's not. There's no conflict there. It's terrorism. So people should be allowed to carry weapons with the proper, like Unedinwoko said, proper background checks. And even if you don't want to give everybody arms, then you should appoint, maybe in the community, there should be some kind of vigilante or people that should be able to own weapons. Remember when they had that Amotekwa and all those people that were not even allowed to carry firearms just because they know what they are doing. They don't want to stop. They don't want, their main plan to be stopped. And it's quite unfortunate. We are not saying that it's the government that is responsible, but there are people who definitely have access to some people in government that are in support of some of these things. If not, it would not have gotten to this level. If not, it would not have gone as far as it has gone. So it's just quite sad. And I totally support that people should be allowed to carry weapons. And finally, I'll just say that, with this jihadists and this Fulani jihadists, it's not obviously all the Fulani people, but this so-called jihadi is just miseducation and foolishness. There's this guy I used to listen to once in a while. I might not say his name, but he's just some guy. He's a Fulani guy from a different country, maybe somewhere in the Northern Africa. And he does an educated guy. Even with this thing that is happening in Nigeria, he always gives his opinion. And one thing he said that is really important is that it's in the nature of some of these people to want to spread Islam through jihad, but they are doing it in the wrong place. If you know about their history, these are people that came from, they've been in North Africa. They are the Moors. If you heard of the story of the Moors that invaded southern Spain, that was going to is these people. But now they've been overpowered up there in the north, and and driven away from their own land because they were never homeless. They had their places in North Africa. But now they are now coming to people that have nothing to do with them, because they feel like those are the people that that are not violent. So it's just, and that's what the same thing Dati Ahmed was talking about. These are educated and enlightened Fulani people that was, that really wanted to stop this thing and educate their people further. But it's unfortunate Nigerians, some Nigerians did not see it. You remember that Ahmed was talking about these things, that these people need to be dealt with. These people need to be given proper orientation, and they need to be driven even with force if possible. But we are here, and it's happening right now in the home state of Yakubu Gowon, the same man that went back on the Aburi Accord. I wonder how he's feeling. Nobody deserves that. We are not happy it's happening to anybody, but at the same time, if only he could see the future then and see what his people would face.
Thank you.
So let me just stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. ACBD. It's good to have you on the panel today, sir. Thank you very much. Everybody on the panel, I've given this.
Mr. Elvis, please, can you allow me a minute, please?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. ACBD. One thing when you spoke about Yakubu Gowon, with all due respect to them, Nigeria is a place of you must respect the elders. But most of them now, I just wish that they can, if possible, rewind the hand of clock and then see if what they didn't do in the past they can do now, or they can undo the past. That's aside. Now the history of Beta Edu, she's just 37 years old. Now she says she's a minister, even when her mates are not ministers. People of her age are not ministers. People of your age will not be minister under a crook government, stealing and looting the commonwealth of the nation. Better do get that into your head. People like Mr. Elvis Edigin, the man that hosts this channel, will not be a minister under a crook government, stealing and looting the people's commonwealth. People like Mr. Elvis, people like Mr. Harles, Dr. CM, Mr. NCBD, Mr. Jonathan, bright Nigerians, bright mind, Madam Luke, will not be a minister under this crook and stealing government, because you guys are there to steal, to loot, and to destroy the commonwealth of the people. Just to get that out there. She's 37 years old, Nigerians, and she's already looting the money. If she's there for the next maybe 20 years, when she'll be 57, she would have loot for a generation and loot for maybe fourth to fifth generation. So Nigerians, get that and stand up for your right. Thank you.
Mr. Najawat.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, just 30 seconds if possible.
Go ahead.
Well, you see, I had a few people saying something about, how dangerous it is for people to own. I don't know if people know about Switzerland, which is the most heavily armed country on earth, and it's still at the same time by citizens, with citizens owning firearms, having the right to own firearms. And almost everybody has firearms in Switzerland. And it's the same country, is the safest country, one of the safest country in the world. So that's people that, if you're talking about America, it's just unfortunately there's a way they've created some kind of a very huge political divide whereby it's too extreme.
God bless you, sir. God bless
Yeah,
you for that. That's right on point. God bless you.
yeah, it's like two extreme divides that they've created in America, whereby you have these people on the left, people on the right, and how will you know? How will there not be conflict? Conflict where you say these people are extreme right, these people are extreme left, something like that.
And
So that's
Nigeria has worse extremities. Consider that. All these
how they
tribal extremities that we have, when you start handing everybody a gun, it will be worse than the extremities you are just citing in the US.
it should
Switzerland
be.
is one unified color, everybody.
It's not.
So should we
Switzerland
allow our
has
people to be killed? Look at what
Switzerland
happened in
has.
Plateau.
So
You
I
can't
disagree
use
with you.
you
Owning a
can't use
gun is the best
Switzerland.
thing that can happen. You
What I
You
understand?
can't
think,
use hello, sorry. You can't use Switzerland as an example for that because Switzerland is the most one of the most diverse. You know they have 6 cantons and all those cantons have their own laws. So you don't if you're talking about are they those cantons are almost functioning as an autonomy a country sub countries and yet they are all living as one. So it's just a matter
all right.
of having the proper gun laws and putting it in the having the proper background checks and putting it in the right hands of the right people. And even if you're going to have a vigilante, let those vigilante be able to own to carry firearms. If not, what will they do with sticks? Is it stick and arrow they use and go and fight someone with
Thank you.
AK-47?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Oh, let's move on.
add a little to
Okay, give
this.
your final submission, sir. 5 minutes. Your final submission.
Okay,
Go ahead.
now in this case, let's consider that vigilante you just mentioned. Just call it the city police, which they have here in the US. Arm them. But what I think is the most important is that Senate, their judicial committee, should be holding hearings right now. And they will call all those judges and justices. First of all, be sure that that law is being enforced the right way. Then you can make more laws. But if you are going to make this gun law you are proposing and let it be this same corrupt judiciary that will be handling the outcomes, then it's messed up. So if you sanitize the judiciary, then come up with laws. Now you're saying licensing. That means there will now be another 2 classes of Nigerians because the ones that will get the licenses will be those guys in the Senate, in the House. The ones that will not get the license will be those ones in the villages that are being raided. So, letting Nigerians possess guns, no. You can start with city policing or vigilante, however you name them, but let them be trained and armed and have them city by city, the same way we have here in the US. Whether you get to the state level, that is something else. But most importantly, the Senate they should not close their eyes as if they didn't see what happened during this election. They should be having serious hearings right now as we speak. And all those justices and judges that partook in all those panels and the electoral commission issues, they are the ones that should be under fire. And their judgment should be questioned. So when they finish that, then they can go ahead and start bringing in more laws.
Sir, can I ask you one question?
Go ahead.
Okay, those community policing, what do you call it, vigilantes, are they going to be Nigerians or they are going to be outsiders?
Oh no, it's got to be the locals. You cannot have a New York local and then you go and import a New Jersey vigilante. No, vigilantes are usually locals. of that particular city. That's where they get their own vigilante for their own city. Now, turn around that name, vigilante, and baptize it and call it city police. Give them adequate training and let them handle that. So definitely, it's very easy to handle.
Can I interject you? What you are suggesting goes against the current Nigerian constitution. So you must have to change the constitution for that to work.
You can amend the constitution. If that is what will work, what is in the constitution right now is what's getting those people killed in Plateau State. So if you have to amend it to accommodate this, amend it. But accommodate the right thing. That means the current constitution is not working because it's leaving some dead people in Plateau State everywhere.
Sir, can I still ask one more question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, who is to amend the constitution? Those who the constitution is benefiting or those that they are killing?
You hear me? Out. I'm not.
Okay. Well, those that will amend the constitution are the people we have in the Senate and the House right now, the lawmakers. Unfortunately, they are the ones that will not want to amend it. So I think that's where the rubber meets the road.
I also have a question for you, sir.
Sir, let me give us 1 second. The people that benefited from the constitution, the fraudulent constitution that allowed the judiciary to put them into office when they did not actually win election, they cannot amend the constitution, my brother. Thank you. They lack the capacity.
All right. Are you using your 5 minutes now, Takuma?
No, that's not. Just interject.
No, okay, that's fine. Let me move on. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Let me go to Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, please give us your final submission. 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. Thanks to everyone there, to all the submissions so far. It's been very interesting. I actually deliberately avoided this gun issue when in my earlier submission because I really wanted to address the matter of corruption and stealing and all the rest of it in Nigeria. Because there is no way you can address any issue, any Nigerian issue without dealing with corruption and looting and all the rest of it. For me, normally, I would have preferred that Nigerians are given the right to own their guns. Not on a normal day in a normal country. That would have been my position. But I'm not naive. I'm not gullible, and I cannot be manipulated. All of us know Nigeria very well. Nigeria, this is a country where they cannot even administer the distribution of money to 20 million Nigerians. They can't do anything effectively. They cannot administer it. These are things that, luckily, these are things that doesn't affect life. How would they administer it in Nigeria? I would say, the talk of it is cheap. First of all, to put it on paper, probably even cheaper. To get it done, to implement it in a state like Nigeria today, practically impossible. A lot of things has to change. They can't even distribute. Tell Nigeria, the state of Nigeria, not local government, not state government, tell the state of Nigeria to administer a program to 100,000 people if it will not be messed up. That's one. Two, the senator that proposed it on the floor, for me, I have a problem with that. When was the last time that a Nigerian senator would stand on the floor and put a bill on the floor of the Senate or the House without something in it for him or for his group? For me, that is the way I look at the Nigerian politics. That's the way I look at the Nigerian Senate. That's the way I look at the Nigerian politician.
my antenna is alert, is standing alert. So whenever I hear them speak, my antenna just give me the sound. Give me that sound. Whenever I hear them speak, that's the first thing I hear. What's the need for this man? A Nigerian senator normally cannot come out in good faith to bring anything on the floor that is for the good of Nigerians without something in it for him, for his political party, or for his group, or for a corporate entity that is representing. Is impossible. Anybody who have issue with this has not started. He doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria. Is the most gullible. When was the last time they put a bill on the floor with respect to health care? Even give them the last 7 months. During this last 7 months, when was the last time they put a bill on the floor with respect to education? When was the last bill on health care? When was the last bill on housing? They are taking advantage of the event in the plateau. They are opportunists. They want to take advantage of cheap public opinion. It's just cheap, but you want to take advantage of the cheap public opinion now. They already have this. And I said so, and I've said this several times. The only time you will see them come out on anything, even on this plateau, on this security problem, is when there is something in it for them. When there is nothing, until you are sure you are satisfied that there is nothing in it for them, then you can start talking. They can't do anything without there is something in it for them. That is the issue we have in Nigeria. And with respect to Edu going to church, I don't have a problem with that. I know that the church probably must have collected through tithes. The GO also must have collected through gifts. They've collected their own cuts from the looting. They are all partners in this criminality. They are the chief enabler, the GOs and all of them. They are the chief enabler. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone. Have a blessed night.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Madam Luke, please give us your final submission. Thank you very much. 5 minutes.
Okay. I better reset my timer. Thank you very much, Niger Watch and their panelists again and commentators. We're still talking of how we can move Nigeria forward because we care. Bad leadership would always send us down the wrong path. And Better Edu, still on the subject, is the typical Nigerian female. And that is what the Nigerian men have done to us. This was a tutelage of Ben Ayade, so we can already put 2 and 2 together to tell us what went down and how we came to where we are today. So when the men in power reduce us to, playthings, we lose our respect because that is the only way Nigerian women have learned to survive. So this is a classical example. I don't know any woman that is standing single-handedly in Nigeria. Natasha Akpoti tried to get into politics as a single woman. There was no insult that she wasn't given. Prostitute, this, that. She was forced to get into a marriage of convenience with Odwaga so she can answer that almighty Mrs. It was only after then that her senatorial ambitions were finally realized. So you see, I have lived in Nigeria and I have family members that live in Nigeria, and I know what we as females have to go through just to survive. Even when you work hard with the sweat of your back, a man will tell you, if you don't come and meet me 2 a.m. for an appointment, you are going nowhere. So you see, we are a product of what the society has made us to be. I can stand here and beat my chest now because I'm not in Nigeria. If I was in Nigeria, only God knows what the fate of my life would have been. And when I left, that was what I saw that made me leave Nigeria. The sexual harassment was too much. It was just too much. Even in the university, even in that University of Benin there, I could barely graduate because of sexual harassment. So you see, you reap what you sow. Here is a University of Calabar medical doctor that never practiced one day in her life. She never even held a stethoscope to examine one patient. This is a PhD doctor. I was reading her profile. There is no hospital that this woman has worked in Nigeria. Are we surprised? Like I said, this is what the Nigerian men have turned Nigerian women into. So you reap what you sow, or you sow what you reap, whatever it goes. And at the end of the day, we're all going to suffer for it because we're back to Pimpers Paradise. If you do not worship those men up there as pimps, you are not going anywhere. Any of those female in political power must have the backing and the blessing of a man. So I cannot blame her very much. I can't blame her too much because she has to survive. She's a beautiful woman. Even if she tries to do the best she can, those men will not let her rest. You cannot go nowhere because Nigerian men will rubbish you. Nigerian men will rubbish you. And they will be the first to call you hooker, this one, that one. But they will not give you the opportunity to use your brain and what God has given you to work. Everything must be money for hand, back for ground. That is the kind of society we live in. For my final 45 seconds, for that gun control. You cannot even verify who are citizens in Nigeria and you want to give everybody guns. I laugh in Hindu. Well, like I said, you will reap what you sow. A lawless society, and you give people guns to go and start running around the street. Then a woman is fighting with her husband. There's a gun nearby, you blow his head off. Nigeria has 95% of mentally unstable people. This is the work of the government, and they will have to figure out how to do it. Do they want to do it? No. But putting the guns in the hands of people, not an option. I yield. Good night.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
I just want to give a thumbs
No,
up.
but we don't really have time anymore. Go at 30 seconds. I'm rounding up.
I know, not really, not much. I just want to
go ahead, sir.
I just want to give a thumbs up to the last comment. Nigeria cannot even control the number of people, the citizens, and they are talking of guns. Wow. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oduwari, please talk to us at 5 minutes.
Okay, thank everyone. Yes, let me just start by, because for those, the sister that went and gave Thanksgiving in their business center known as church. Anyway, it is their duty. What they believe is when you still go to congregation, go and tell them that I have stolen your money, you people cannot do anything, and those one will clap for you and say, hey, glory be to God. Which she did to them that, yes, I have said to that man who claimed to be pastor, who claimed to be man of God, that he just put hand on his head. He said it is done. He did not talk how much he give to people or how many times he fucked them that enabled them to give him that give her that positions. No, those ones they cannot talk that way.
You don't use those kind of words here now. What's that? That F word you just use.
Oh,
please,
sorry.
Now you are not new on this platform.
I'm very sorry. I retrieve my words. That how many times you do hook up with those areas, they will not tell those one in public. Anyway, well, thank God that is among the criminals. In Gambia, a woman in parliament, we are the one fighting for a betterness of Gambians. A one woman. Even though they were trying to shut her up, she still keep on shouting and shouting for betterness of Gambia's people. So, but we don't have that in our own. We say they reduce our women to the society that it is only even the, so that is for me, those ones are not new something. It is what our people believe. When we just go to one congregation and say, glory be to God, this has been done, and all of them will clap. That pastor, we are among those people, we are fighting Goodluck Jonathan to leave the positions. But since Buhari and these things has become this, the man never assembly people to the street and say, what is going on in this country is not good. So we cannot really call those people man of God, but those are man of gods and man of criminality. Then, for those who said that having of this Baba in Nigeria, it is bad, Nigeria cannot control their congregation, my brother, my village, I know the local government I came from. I know where my father came from. I know where my mother came from. So my village people know when I was born, and they know my state today. So if they are sharing gun in that community, we can control it because we know our real indigents. And when Buhari boys were not disturbing too much in the Eho Road, when Obaseki refused to do something, I believe the whole areas, the local government, they volunteer themselves to become the vigilantes. That was how our people started going to farm. That was how those roads that the people cannot pass before because of this Fulani Buhari brothers. People begin to pass it. So when you are saying, no, don't give them, they cannot control it, we can control it. They know ours, we know ourselves. For those who are saying Nigeria have not matured to that extent, those are fallacies. Nigeria have matured to that extent. Those who said Nigeria cannot, if you make a vigilante, they are going to be Nigeria. If you call it state police, they are going to be Nigeria. Whatever name you call them, they are going to be Nigeria. What matter is know your people of the local government. We have 3 indigents. That is why I was talking about Lagos that those people left Kano to want to be a soldier there. Those are kind of things that you call. No, be of that local government, be of that community, be of that region. We know ourselves. My village to 7 villages. I can measure some of people inside. I will know them 7 villages out of my own. So you cannot tell me that we will not know ourselves when something like that is going on. The real truth is this kind of things is what make people not to achieve their real aim. Now, for those who is talking about constitution, that constitution will have to be amended. Yes, you forced to amend the constitution. The constitution will not amend itself because those people are the one benefiting from it. What you do when you force those people that will amend that constitution, by the time that those state force Obaseki, he make sure vigilantes were allowed to happen. But when they were not forcing him, Obaseki did not send vigilantes. They were even going to Abuja to say, want to go and give Fulani people land of our ancestors, to give them land to come and stay. But when our people forced him, he could not, he changed his mind and he allowed vigilantes to not tackle those people that were disturbing our people from going to farm and going to anywhere. So, my brother, we need to force those people who are in charge of the constitution to do something. But if you did not force, they will start, they will tell you we cannot do it. My brother, God bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oduare. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Let me move on. Mr. Mashallah, please give us your final submission, sir. 5 minutes.
My final submission. Let me start with the latest, the youngest criminal in Nigeria, the new developments from the Church of Winners Chapel. I will say it very well. Winners Chapel. You go to church and you are telling us you hope that by next Shiloh you'll be a minister, meaning that you've cooked up, you already arranged everything. It has been planned for you, and it was not planned. It's just an opportunity to just come and show yourself and let people know, yes, I'm not a minister. To me, whether she's a female or male, she's a disgrace to this generation. She's a big disgrace. The biggest disgrace one can ever think of. And we keep saying, let the youth take control, take charge of the government. They're giving you chance now, you have messed it up. As young as you are a doctor, you didn't practice. Of course, you can't practice because I'm so sure you don't know anything. It is criminality, you know. You have stolen money, you are going to the church. If only God were to give judgment immediately, he would have struck you. Go and do Thanksgiving in Shango or one oracle and tell them if they give it to you, if they won't strike you. For the Kala issue, we're talking about NYSC. Left for me, NYSC is overrated. Whether you scrap it or you convert it to compulsory military training for everyone. The way I see it is if you can have that number of people graduating from the university and the majority of them, there's no guarantee of job for them. And then you bring them to the NYSC and you tell them you are serving under the military. Those interested in joining the military this way, those interested in joining the police this way, and you let them know how much they tend to get. You will not have problem recruiting members into the army or the police because an average graduate knows he's just going to do the NYSC just for doing its sake. Most of them don't know which job they will get to. Some people go to school just because my friends are going to school. Majority of Nigerians that are in university don't have any business university. Many students that are from Nigerian universities, they don't have any business going to university. We're in the UK here, people go, we have carpenters, iron benders, tradesmen. When you take them, people like them into the NYSC, for that 1 year, they will get their talent out. Those who want to continue in their profession will continue. Those they know that they can't survive in their profession will just find a trade to join. That's my suggestion. Thank you. And that was true.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Oga Mashallah. Thank you very much. Let me call on the next person, which is Ginger Breadman. Please give us your finance 5 minutes. Okay, you are not there right now. Move on to the next person. Give us a mandate. Please give us your final 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Do appreciate it. Well, I think going back on the issue of better you do, I think Madam Luke says something, and I probably want to just draw from that. I just believe that better you do is doing what she's doing because that is what she chose to do. Dora Quinley of blessed memory stood against fake drugs. She's a woman. Maybe she will be also be maybe in her 40s or maybe late 40s or early 50s when she became a minister. Obiezekesweli was a minister. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was a minister. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's mother was kidnapped. Why? Because she wasn't going to pay subsidy. They kidnapped her mother. I think Dr. CM showed us a book here that Ngozi wrote. These are women. I've mentioned 3 women. They stood for their conscience. They stood for the nation. Better Edu is doing what she is doing because that is what she chose to do. You don't have to become a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not if you're not forced to become a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dora Quilly went to school. Maybe she even studied pharmacy. I don't know. Obiezekesweli went to school. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala went to school. These are women, legend in their own capacity. And there are 1,001 women in Nigeria that does not have to sleep around or do anything shady to get to where they want to get to. Aisha Yusufu would have subpedal and then joined this bad gun, but she know what she stood for. So I believe that Better Edu is doing what she's doing because that is her value. That is who she is. It is not the pressure of a man that make her do what she wants to do. She chose to do it. And because she wants to be relevant, she wants to be in the eyes of the people. Mr. Edigan here told us how they even present to him Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. I may not know how much a G-Wagon costs in Naira, but I know how much it costs in dollars. He said, I told my mom, and my mom said, hey, son, you cannot do this. This is not your value and your culture. He rejected it. Mr. Ediginye told us that Dino Melayo told him that you and I will just be on the panel, on the channel. No panelists will come in, no question answered, no question asked. And maybe after everything, and shake hand, I give you your brown envelope or your white envelope or your purple envelope or your pink envelope.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say
Okay.
that. Sorry.
I mean, I'm just elaborating.
No. But you know,
Okay,
is it broken?
okay.
I said Dino Melaye said he doesn't want anybody to be with him on the panel. Not
Okay. Okay. So he doesn't want anybody to be here with him on the panel. So, but he said no. He brought it here, and then we all said, no. We have to question Dino Melayo. And I mean, he was a channel. He could have done whatever he wants to do with the channel. And maybe back end, Dino will also do what he wants to do. But who knows? But the man stands for what he wants to stand for. I see all that to say that your value is your value, and your culture is your culture, and your integrity is your integrity. Beta is doing what she wants to do because that is her value, that is her culture, that is what she believes in. There are 1,001 women in Nigeria that are younger than her age, maybe even in the political limelight, that will not do what she's doing. She's just 37 years old. And you just told us, I mean, I read her history even on Wikipedia. She has never attended anything in any hospital. Now, going to the gun issue in Nigeria, our people, I know that we have farmers that have this shakabula gun. I have not seen where they release shakabula as a hunter on innocent people. And I want to believe that if they cannot do that, doing that, this is for their self-defense. And I think it is ideal because this government cannot protect the people and will not protect the people. So I will suggest that the people protect themselves. Igunguruma goniloju atokerelatin wobo. That means a long stick don't enter my eye. You will tell them from afar, don't put that stick in my eye, don't put that stick in my eye. So for me, Nigerians, defend yourself as much as you can. Thank you, because these people cannot protect you. Thank you, and I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Give us a mandate. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. CBD, I would like you to give us your final submission, sir.
Yes, thank you so much once again. Well, it's important for us not to be overly pessimistic with these kind of things because, yes, we know that there's been incompetencies, with the way things have been handled in Nigeria, whether it's distributing relief items or, just general organization. But we are talking about people that are facing existential crisis from ethnic cleansing and some religious supremacy conquest. So we cannot fold our hands and say, oh, because we don't trust how things will be done, then everybody just remain like that. Even if you achieve 50 or 60% success, that is better than nothing. So, and if you feel like it's going to be too cumbersome or it's going to be too difficult to distribute for people to be able to own firearms, then because we have seen obviously that we don't have enough police personnel, let the vigilantes be empowered to carry firearms and let them be around those villages. I'm telling you, if they want to end this thing, they will end it. If they want to end this thing, they will end it. Okay, imagine what one of the response of the military then, that the terrain is it difficult or something like that. Terrain is more difficult, it's difficult for military than people that don't even have the proper knowledge of the area. So it's quite unfortunate. We cannot just be saying that things will not work, things will not work, so should we fold our hands? If you're saying things will not work, let us, okay, profile a solution then. because something must be done. People will not just be left to, to be wiped out like that. Now look at what NBC is doing. A lot of kind of gagging the media and telling them that they should be, they will not come direct and say don't report. They will just say, oh, don't report what has not been verified. Don't report. That's just the way they kind of make it look like they are saying something good. But in essence, what they are telling them is not to report those things. That's why you can't see it, because they are trying their best not to paint it, or not to show it exactly for what it is. So they are putting out narratives of some conflict or anything and all that we know is not the case. So please, Nigeria is in a very serious. I don't know whether we want to see these things. Maybe when we start seeing it in Lagos, because it seems like people are thinking Lagos too much. Is it when we'll now take it serious? The thing is already affecting people. Remember some few years ago where it even got to parts of the south, including Ondo that is at the coast. So let's please not be too pessimistic, and let us also know that people need to do something to protect themselves in Nigeria. So I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Isibidi. It's good to have you on the panel today. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, please give us your final submission, sir. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Elvis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone in the panel. Well, let me start with the this security issue where some people are calling for people to bear arms. I believe that if if vigilantes in those troubled areas or even across the country are properly trained and given arms and given their duties, what to do, not to go above board or not to use it to cause trouble, I think they will be able to use it properly and maintain peace in those areas because they know the terrains as well. They can keep these terrorists to some in check to some extent before a proper military backup or regular force backup comes. So there are many ways to handle this if the government really wants to do it, but it appears an agenda is is already underway to take people's land as they've been doing before, and if possible, wipe out people from their ancestral lands and take it over and change the demographic of those areas. Because I know properly that some parts of those places where they have taken over, like some parts in southern Kaduna, they have renamed it, given it the names of their own ethnic group, and government just allowed it to go through because they are part of the whole plan. So we can't. I used to say this: we can't continue. There will be no peace in a country where a particular set of people or one group or one tribe or one ethnic group or one religious group wants to lord it over others in a heterogeneous society or in a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious or secular country. It doesn't work. People will definitely cry out, and that is where we are right now. But our people are not the people in power. They don't care because they feel that their own inner circle and their families are protected. They don't know that one day this thing will snowball to something else if they don't handle it properly. Although I don't expect anything from these people who are in power now because they stole under people's mandates, and they are just doing what they can. It's as if like a thief who break into a house without the owner being there. He's trying to see whatever he can see before the owner comes. And the owners of the mandate are Nigerians. One day, if Nigerians stand up, they will chase these people out of power. But people have to protect themselves. They can do it. It's not everybody just bearing arms. They can be volunteer vigilantes in those areas. People they will train properly on how to handle these weapons and how to use it. If the government, but the problem is that it is the same military that is colluding with these people that will train them. So it may not happen. But if things are to be done properly, the governors are supposed to make it known that they want to defend their people, that they cannot continue to allow their people to be killed as they are being as is being done now. because they're their people. And part of the oath they take is to protect lives and property. That is on one side. Coming back to Betty Edu, she's one of those things we say people who go into public office not to serve the people but to serve themselves because they are taking a cue from those who appoint them. And it is possible that the person who appointed her have given her that leeway to say, this is your chance to make money, use it, but don't be caught. Because they are all in that same ring. What we see now is like a cartel running the country. They are all together. I'm almost certain that nothing will come out of it. If the pressure becomes too much, she may be asked to resign or she may be forced to resign, and that will be it. Nobody will prosecute her because what she's doing is she knows what she's doing. It is her willingness to do it, but she has the backing of those who put her there to do it. And the same thing, just we are hearing us. We don't know others in other ministries who are doing their, other people appointed to head other areas under this government, and those who have done their own in the past. The woman that was here before under Buhari, I think EFCC I called her, but she gave excuses, and they allow her to have a peace for now. That one too has so much questions to answer. They can't be filtering people's the public fund. People are taking from the public till for their own private use, and this money when they call it is so heartbreaking. If you think of how they steal this money and compare it to the sufferings Nigerians are facing, some can even eat 2 square meal, not to talk of 3 square meal. People can't go to hospitals when they are sick because they can't afford health care, and these are basic things this government should provide. It's so sad. I don't see anybody hoping that this government will one day turn around like some used to say, okay, maybe when they begin to do this, we'll say, oh, they are serious now. They can't be serious because one, people who are criminally minded, they will not do anything that will benefit the public because when they do that, it means they are taking away money from themselves. The money they would have looted, they are taking it away. So they can't do it. They may put up a show as if they are doing something. But at the end of the day, nothing will be done. And all will go into private pocket. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. God bless you, sir. I appreciate your time with us today as well. All right. The last person.
Mr. Elvis, sorry, sir. Can I say something, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, at least we hear of Beta Edu, right? We didn't hear about others. Do you even know how much the so-called in quote president is even how much they are looting? Then those people even themselves in power, you know how much they are even looting. I mean, this is just Nigeria is a show of shame. Thank you very much, sir.
It's obviously all of them, is a turn by turn thing, so it's a rotational looting. So yeah, they'll be doing this, for decades. Nigerians are very quiet people. That's why we are where we are today. But meanwhile, Takuma, if you're available now for the second time calling you, please give us your final submission, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Evie, sorry about that. I was trying to speak, but I don't know. For some reason, you're not hearing me. But I believe you can hear me right now.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah. I want to summarize with my 5 minutes by telling Nigerians a story. And it's a true life story, though. In 2011, 2012, around that time, that was during Goodluck Jonathan's administration. That followed this insecurity in Nigeria. There was a time there was a conflict in Nasarawa State, the people of Agatu. Anybody that remember that story? And these Agatu people, what was going on, the Nigerian security military would be sent over there to calm the situation down, and they will come back in body bags. They did that operation twice, and they would always somehow the people will know that they were coming, and they will ambush them and finish them off. And this was around that time they brought in, Jonathan administration brought in machineries. So these machineries, made a joint task force with the DSS and the military. and they were going to go for this operation the third time. At this time, what they did was to completely keep everyone who was going to go for that operation blinded, in the sense that nobody knew anything about the operation. And they made sure that on the day of the operation, all the forces who were going to go were assembled, their cell phones were taken away from them, and they were given some form of walkie communication, and they went on the operation and was successful. I say this to say that in addition to arming the Nigerian people, I think one very important part of security in any nation is intelligence. Intelligence is very, very important. And in the 21st century, there are various ways we, you can use intelligence to secure your environment. We have CCTV cameras. We have people, secret informant, and all of that. Different ways. And I know, by reason of the people I've been affiliated with when I was back home, that Nigerian agencies have that intelligence. But the only thing that they do not act on it, or they even sabotage it, because the government is involved. A country where the junior ranking military officers that usually go to the battlefield are retired, surrendered terrorists, and you recruit them and put them into the army. What do you think will happen when you send them on an operation? There's going to be a sabotage. So, in as much as this bill, I like it for Nigerians to bear arms, I do not expect it to pass, because those who are going to take the decision whether the bill will pass or not are beneficiaries of the corrupt system that has put that nation in where it is right now. But for the fact that Senator Ned Nwoko, came it, found it, necessary or important to move this motion and to pass this bill, I think that it is a welcome idea, because you will not be in your house with your wife and kids, and some group of ragtag armed men, who might just be one or two people armed in a dozen of criminals, would come into your house and decimate your family, and you cannot do anything. So this idea of it's going to cause anarchy, the nation is already in a state of anarchy. Okay, not until we have a government who has the capacity, the will, and the conscience to get rid of this criminality in the system, it will continue to only get worse. And as far as I'm concerned, an administration of a certificate forger, an administration of someone who grabbed it, ran with it, and is continuing to run with it, there's nothing good that is going to come out of it. And for the Nigerian constitution, for those that say they should amend the constitution, we don't have a constitution. Because as far as I know, if the first sentence of that constitution says we the people have agreed to abide to this constitution, and you and I know that there is no we the people, you were not there, Mr. Elvis, your father was not there, my father was not there, your people were not there, give us our mandate, your person was not there, all of us on this panel, none of our people were represented to say this is our constitution, then we don't have a constitution. That's the foundation. Regardless of anything that you think that is good, that can be amended, no, that constitution needs to be thrown away. And we will come as a form of a referendum to first of all agree that we want to cohabit as one. Having agreed, then we can sit down and make a constitution. Because once we do that, there will be peace in the land. Because nobody will feel cheated. The laws will be so streamlined such that nobody is going to be above the law. So that is my humble logomaki. And my logomaki, I live without local apacha. Thank you.
Alex, don't trade you, Abi. Voila, logomaki and local apacha. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you very much for your wonderful submission right there. I'll give
Engineer Francis to give us a final. Engineer Francis, please round up the show with 3 minutes, sir. Thank you. Advice to Nigerians.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. The only thing I will say is let's not lose our sight from the goal. Don't get any kind of distractions. What Ted Nwoko proposed is good, but let's take it a little bit to the side. That arming the country, let's arm the vigilantes of every community. Let's train them. Let's arm them. Let's start with them. If they don't work, then we can go to the citizens. But let's not go straight to the citizens. That would be dangerous. Because we know that in conflict resolutions, we are not the best. We always resort to one thing or the other. So we might be talking about arming against the vigilantes, but we will end up killing each other more than the vigilantes. So, I mean, not the vigilantes, but the terrorists. So the best thing is let's let the vigilantes handle it. Let the legislature seriously establish the vigilantes and then let them be armed. I think that should take care of that section. Thank you.
Out. Go sit in the kitchen.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Chris calling in just now. Let me quickly attend to Mr. Chris quickly. Mr. Chris, I'm calling you back. Please quickly pick your call, your phone. Guys, help us to press on the like button. Mr. Chris, you were calling in. Please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Nigerian, and good evening, everybody in the panel. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Dublin. And can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just laughing because the last speaker who was copying Alex.
All right.
But
Okay.
for me, I would just like to make this very short and brilliant contributions from everybody. But I want to just quickly make a quick note on what Madam Luke posited earlier. You see, it goes like this: if you take a piece of orange, and if you squeeze it, no matter the pressure you put on that orange, it is orange juice that will come out. Even if you crush it with a trailer, with anything, it is still orange juice that will come out. So no matter the pressure that is put on people, it is what they have inside of them that they will give. So Bita Edu, no matter the pressure that different men put on her, it is what she had inside of her that she delivered. Because a lot of people would have also gone through the same thing and they didn't cave in. So she has the opportunity of not accepting those positions and just ignoring whatever the men tried to, whatever pressure the men tried to put on her. I think it is better that people should take responsibility for their action, as long as they are adults, as long as they can think for themselves, as long as they are not demented, as long as you are okay, your IQ is okay, it's above board. Whatever you do, you should take responsibility for that action. So there should be no excuse for Beta Edu. But having said that, brilliant contribution from Madam Luke. Thank you very much, Mr. Nigerian, for opportunity to contribute. I'm sorry for calling late. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Oga Chris. All right, guys. We've come to the end of the broadcast.
Mr. Evans.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I mentioned it yesterday that I'm learning from Alex, so it's not copy. I'm a student of that department right now.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Make on the speaker.
Nigerian.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. I sorry to cut you short. I just wanted to mention that we didn't. I don't know if we discussed Akeredolu's the late governor. I think his body came back to the country. It was brought back to the country yesterday.
We already discussed it from the beginning of this broadcast. Yeah, it's part of.
Okay. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, you know,
Yes.
I talked about it because the family lied. I don't know if this family that he died in Ibadan, you know, but Sowore came out the other day. I wish we talk about it here that, you know, he believed they lied that this man died abroad, that everything will be exposed soon. But I was surprised today that they said he was returned from Germany. I was like, oh, wow, what a life. You know, I don't know why they have to lie to us in that he died in Nigeria, in Ibadan, because they said he died in his house in Ibadan. That's what they said, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, fortunately, he died in Germany. His body was returned back to Nigeria. Meanwhile, let's move on, my people. I appreciate you all.
May soul rest in peace.
May soul rest in peace. Yeah. You know, let me show the poll. You know, that was the poll we put out today. You know, asking, do you agree that Nigeria should carry guru to defend themselves against bandits, kidnappers, and terror? Yes, I support it 78%. 229 people voted. Why no, I do not support it is 22%. Anyway, for me, I don't have a say. I bring everything to you guys here to make your own decision on it. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. All I want is a better Nigeria. Hopefully, we'll have a better Nigeria in our time. It is obvious that it's not better, it's not good, it's not looking good at all for anybody right now. Both Nigerians that live abroad or Nigerians that live back home. It's not looking good. It's not nice, you know, to see that a government that took over power just in 7 months, we're already seeing people that is stealing, looting anyhow they like. Is disheartening, you know. Madatami, you're calling late, but just quickly go ahead. Talk to us. You would have called since now. You were watching us since, right?
No. I just put on, but I wasn't.
Okay, all right.
I just
talk to us
now.
Thank you, madam. Good evening. Talk to us. 2 minutes. Really network. Maratami, you are not there. Fortunately, your network. You know, please call us. If you are watching us, please always call during the show. Not when I say we are rounding up, then people call it in. It's not really good for me. You know, Maratami, can you hear me?
Sir?
Yeah, good evening to you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes, man. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yes, I know. I just entered now. After I clicked, I was busy. So that I had. For me, I won't support that because if they approve that for everybody to carry that one now, it's like my state I am. Every time it's a pa. Once you make something person go enter house, carry and come, people will be dying anyhow. I don't approve that one. That one. They shouldn't approve. They should train the. If we have the government that is standing right, our military are strong. But because we don't have them, the ones are there are the ones sponsoring them. That is why the militaries are weak. Because they are carrying them, they repair, put them in the military. So how can you bring down rubber, put in the house and say, look this fish for me? It's not possible now. That is the problem. If they approve that one, it's going to be more bloody.
Okay.
Going to be bloody. And after that, they can't take it off from them. That is another problem. I don't know how they will do it there. Yes, that is what I said. Let me say thank you so much for a late comer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, you are really late comer. Thank you very much, man. God bless you. Good night. All right. Yes, you are really late comer, but that's fine. That is okay. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Like I normally say, you know, weekend we're doing 4 hours, 5 hours a weekend. I don't think is ideal, but nevertheless, but just to push us today now to do almost 5 hours. Tomorrow we'll be coming back again, my people. I appreciate every one of you. At this time, we still have a full screen and we have somebody on the backstage as well. But still, we need to go home now. before we go miss our train. Let's go home. I appreciate every one of you right there, for every one of you that came in today, starting with Mr. Jonathan. I appreciate you. Madam Luke, thank you very much. Mr. Odua, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Mr. ACBD, thank you. My brother, give us a mandate. Engineer Francis, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Mashallah. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Paul, thank you very much. And Gingerbread Ma, thank you, my wonderful people. For those of you that call in as well, love God is my strength. Oga Chris, Madam Tammy, I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much. I believe that was the people that actually called in today, so I appreciate everyone. Okay, yes, Mr. Amafola Ewu called in as well. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all, my people. Now God bless you now. Those of you watching us right now, please help us to press on the like button before we leave. And those of you that supported us today financially, may God bless every one of you. May your pocket never run dry. I appreciate you all. On the comment section, Mother for all Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for all you do. I appreciate you. Always. I can see Mother Luke, she's on the panel. She's also on the comment section. Mother Luke she's busy everywhere whenever she's on this platform. I appreciate you, madam. Trust me. Gawanle, thank you very much for being there. I appreciate you. Tony Amaduke, thank you very much. God bless you all, my people. Thank you. Now go draw the curtain. It's been a long day for us. Make we go house, go sleep, But we're coming back again tomorrow by God's grace. Fingers crossed. We'll continue to talk about the things that are affecting you and I, But for me, if you ask me, I don't have single hope for this satanic APC. They can never do anything good for us. If you are one of the people that is clapping for APC, that they are good, they are this, that's fine. You are watching what is happening right now. Every day, we have a disheartening story to talk about in our country. It's really, really, really sad. I'm just doing my best. This is the best I can do. Nothing else. I provide my platform for us to talk about the things that are affecting us. Arise use their platform as well to talk about the things that are affecting us. White channels as well. The only difference between Arise channels and Nigeria Watch is that those people, maybe they have more connections than us. They can bring most of the people or anybody to their platform. But we are also trying. We've brought senators here. We've brought senior advocate of Nigeria here. We've brought governors here. We've brought deputy here. We've brought commissioners here. We've brought... So at least we've also tried, what about my panelists,
Mr.
So
Evans,
what are you going to say about them?
Correction.
Yes.
They don't have more connection than us. We will know they give shish for years. We they talk through as it be.
Exactly.
You understand? We don't have more connection. Which kind of connection they get? Let me just correct you that we have more connection here. Connection of truth, connection of sincerity, connection of dignity, connection of country first. Thank you, sir. God bless you for what you are doing.
Now, God will bless you, my brother. Thank you very much for saying that, for coming in. Yes, I just wanted to say, when it comes from, other person like you now, is even much better. Like everything that you just talk about, and now me come from now, you see one or two persons who say, oh, because now a platform. So I prefer those kind of things come from other people. For me, I'll just, stay by. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Now we'll draw the curtain. Allow me to end the show, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow, Nigerian time at 6 p.m. Good night, and bye for now.
Yeah.